Nice to meet you. Friend of my mentor. She's like, I don't want to make it too Marco, let me know.
Good afternoon. This is the Board of Appeals, Town of Hempstead, June 24th, 2026, 2 p.m. meeting. Mr. Chairman, do you have any opening remarks?
I see a lot of new faces in the audience, so for those of you who have not appeared before us, the manner in which we call the cases is as follows. We will first request and hear any requests for adjournment. If there are none, we'll get into the cases. The manner in which we conduct the hearings, the applicant will present their case. If there are any people here in opposition, we will give the people in opposition the opportunity to voice their opposition, and then we allow the applicant or their representative to close. During the hearings, we will accept any relevant evidence. We're not a court of law. We're not bound by the strict rules of evidence, so we'll take anything that we feel is pertinent to the application, and we'll give it the weight we see fit to do. The proceedings are videotaped, they're archived, so you can refer to them in the future if you wish. We do have a court reporter here who takes down all the testimony, and she can only listen to one person at a time, so we would appreciate it if no one would attempt to talk over anyone else. All right, I believe that's all I have to say on those subjects. Christina, if you would start calling the cases.
Mr. Chairman, I'm unaware of any applications for adjournment.
Okay.
The first case we have on today is case 340 of 26, Levittown, Carlos Ruiz, variances, lot area occupied, front yard average setback, side yards aggregate, construct additions and portico, all attached to dwelling, also known as 43 Clay Lane.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Gennaro Cozzolino, 2125 Deer Park Avenue, Deer Park, New York, 11729. We are requesting relief from the board to build a one-story front extension and a one-story rear extension. The proposed additions require variance for lot coverage, requesting 34.43% from permitted 30%, a difference of 4.43%. Variance for front yard setback, requesting 20.
Mr. Cozzolino,
Yes,
if I can interrupt.
sure.
It's been brought to my attention that there's a shed on the premises,
Yes,
and that will generate the need for some more variances. Is that correct?
I don't think so. I think the height of the shed is incorrect. So that will be,
But leaving that aside, you're here before us for lot area occupied, and that's going to
That's
change
going
the lot
to
area.
increase the lot area occupied.
So we're going to have,
Ms. First, do you want to say
I don't see how
something?
we can do anything but hold this until that gets here. 'Cause
And hear
we
it all
don't even know the
together.
lot area occupied we're talking about. And the shed is already there. It should have been on it, right?
It should have been on it, yeah.
I mean, we should be,
Hearing,
If it
we
wasn't-
should be
wasn't added to-
discussing, analyzing the lot area occupied with what's there, plus your proposed are they maintains or constructs the additions? They're constructs.
constructs.
But we can't even talk about whether or not to allow these additions and allow the lot area occupied they generate, unless you're telling us that, yeah, you're not, unless that shed was already in the total lot area occupied you're asking for, and it's not.
I think what,
I do not have the plot plan in front of me.
Christina, I think we're going to take the initiative here. I think we're going to adjourn the case. How long do you think you need to,
Yeah,
So
this
how
will,
much time do you think you need
Screwed up.
for that? 60 days? 90?
We don't need much time, as long
Got to
as,
be denied down to us.
right,
All of the documentation needs to, again, it's
yeah,
not,
that wouldn't
very
take
new.
that long.
but you
What-
need to renotice for the
Okay,
shed.
what's the earliest we can,
you're confident you'll get the shed rejection soon?
yes,
application for adjournment?
Why does it say over here,
Right on the plan.
building area 30%, isn't it 27.5, or is this not a zone?
This is a LPRD, but that, it needs to be updated
Do
also.
Okay.
yeah.
But it's a
Causalino?
zone, right?
Yeah,
What is the date, Christina,
1 second.
proposed?
stay there.
Um,
Let Mr. Regano
8,
finish.
5, August 5th at 11 o'clock?
8/5? 8/5, 11 a.m.
The mailing window for August 5th is going to be July 9th through July 16th.
And if there's anyone here on the application for the construction on this matter that's here before us, you're not going to get another notice about that.
I don't believe anyone signed in. Did
So
anyone sign in?
note your calendars.
Did anyone sign in on this?
Mr. Mr.
Hey.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much.
Causalino,
Yes.
if I may, the front, it includes a portico in the front.
Yes,
Would you put a dimension on that when you resubmit from the property line to the portico? I'm sorry, to the whole house? Oh, is it 16? I see. Okay,
He said
so
Larry Nelson is interested.
the portico is 9-foot protrusion into the front yard? I'm
4
sorry,
feet.
4 foot?
4 feet, yeah.
Is that allowed as of right, Becky?
Sorry, it's very small.
Oh, boy.
Should be denied.
Average front yard setback is 30.75. 4 feet.
Portico is allowed to encroach into the front yard setback 6 feet, as long as it's under 3 feet in height.
But this is not the required front yard setback. He's asking for a front yard setback variance
Where is
for the proposed one-story addition.
I want to see what, where's it? Oh,
They're proposing 20.9, the average front yard setback's 30.
Average setback is 30? The portico needs a front yard variance.
Front portico does require a front yard variance.
It does. That's gonna be a problem. This is a big setback. Well, we'll get to the discussion. I'll see you in August. Consider that. Thank you.
Okay. Affect this application? Thank you, right here, sir. Very good. Thank you.
Who turned this off?
J62 failed.
Becky, the 27.5% lot area occupied for LPRD now is going to take effect in August. Okay, so this has to be updated also, what's required, permitted, you have 30%. You'll have to update it to 27.5. Thank you. See you soon. It's out.
Okay.
Next, we have cases 341 of 26, West Hempstead, Vertiland Homes, Inc., variances, subdivision of lot, lot area, lot width from and on street line to front setback line, lot area occupied, construct dwelling with garage, Plot B, east side of Walnut Street, 60 feet north of Fairlawn Avenue. We also have case 342 of 26, West Hempstead, Deshamir Casa, variances, subdivision of lot, lot area, lot width from and on street line to front setback line, maintain dwelling on a lesser lot, Plot A, also known as 71 Walnut Street.
Right hand.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. Yes, for the applicant, Robert W. O'Brien, 877 North Corona Avenue, North Valley Stream, New York, 11580.
It's Barry Nelson, 220 Pettit Avenue, Belmore, New York, 11710. Good afternoon.
Okay, this afternoon I represent the applicants Vertiland Homes and Dashamir Casa with respect to the instant application for a two-lot subdivision. And at the outset, I'd like to move to have the two cases consolidated and heard as one.
We'll grant that.
With me here today, to my right, he's put his appearance on the record, is our real estate expert, Barry Nelson, who's prepared to testify regarding the nature and character of the area, and that the benefit of the application to the applicant outweighs any detriment to the surrounding community. Also present behind me to the left is Steve Laverty, the applicant's principal, to answer any questions that the board may have regarding his involvement with the application. The property as the subject of these applications is located at the east side of Walnut Street in the hamlet of West Hempstead, approximately 60 feet north of Fairlawn Avenue. And just for the record, it's known on the Nassau County tax map, section 35, block 346, lots 265 through 268. The parcel as it currently exists is a perfect rectangle, 80 feet of frontage on Walnut, 100 feet depth on each side, rear property line of 80 feet. It therefore has an overall area of 8,000 square feet. The applicants propose constructing a new one-family dwelling with attached garage on the southerly side of the property and maintaining the existing one-family dwelling on the northerly portion of the premises. Each of the two, proposed lots is identical, 40 feet of frontage, 100 feet of depth, 40-foot rear property line, and 4,000 square feet of area. And the subdivision will be along the existing tax lines. On the case 341 of 26, Vertiland is seeking variances for the subdivision of the lot area and front width from and on street line, the front setback line, and lot area occupied in order to construct a one-family dwelling with garage. Under case number 342 of 26, the current property owner, Dashimir Casa, is seeking variances for subdivision of lot area, and lot width from and on street line to front setback line to maintain the existing dwelling on the aforementioned lesser lot. Before turning the case over to Mr. Nelson, I'll just call the board's attention to the radius map. The 5 properties immediately north of the subject and the 2 adjacent to the east are all 40 by 100s, as are an overwhelming number in the area. Unless the board has any questions of me at this time, I would like to turn it over to Mr. Nelson.
Mr. Nelson?
Yes, sir.
You've previously been qualified as a real estate expert before this board on any number of occasions.
Yes, sir.
Correct? Since the last time you were qualified as an expert on real estate, have any of your qualifications changed?
No, sir.
If not, then we will once again allow you to testify as to real estate values.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The subject property, council's gone over much of the case. Generally south of Hempstead Turnpike, it's north of Hempstead Avenue, east of Nassau Road, and west of Westminster. It's within a residential B zone. The area is substantially improved with single-family homes. There are some non-conforming 2 families that were built prior to the ordinance, 1920s. Nevertheless, considering everything is a single-family home, what the applicant is proposing is to maintain the existing house on the northerly side, 40 by 100, and construct a new 2-story colonial with a garage internal on the southerly side, 40 by 100. A breakdown of the pattern of development on the subject street, there is 17 houses. 11 of them are 40 by 100s. That is the lowest of the analysis. Within the 100-foot radius, 10 out of 15, 67%. Within the 200-foot radius, 29 out of 40, 73%. Within the subject block itself, and that would be section 35, block 346, 12 out of 14, or 86%. I'm handing in exhibits that'll include the photographs, and they are 15 photographs taken by myself, and in my opinion, they fairly and accurately represent the subject property and the surrounding area.
When were they taken, Mr.?
They were taken on June 3rd of this year. I have some aerial views for the board to visualize the location, and I handed in comparable sales. The last exhibit I'm going to hand in is some variances that were before this Board of Appeals on the subject street and Spruce Street and Fairlawn. The new home will be basically a center hall type colonial, 1-car internal garage. It complies with setbacks as far as front, rear, and side yard. There is a small lot area occupied variance, and the code allows for 27.5. The applicant is seeking 28.1%, approximately 30 square feet over what is
Only maintained?
on the new house.
Yeah, because the maintained doesn't need lot area.
The maintained doesn't need, that complies, that's substantially lower.
Mr. Nelson, did you visit the maintained?
I didn't go inside, no. I
You
only,
didn't go in the garage of the maintained with the second level and the nice windows with shutters?
on the garage, and part of this application, the garage is to be removed.
Oh, okay, good. Because it has a second level. No, because,
I understand.
okay, good.
But but it is,
Yeah.
Very nice.
that should solve a
Right,
problem.
Solve that problem.
The
20.
character of the neighborhood lends itself for this type of subdivision. There's an abundance of 40 by 100s. Property values are strong. The benefit to the applicant in this instance is twofold. The applicant is a contract vendor of the vacant 40 by 100, and you have the owner selling it. As is, on the whole, the property is worth approximately $765,000. On the reduced 40 by 100, the maintained colonial, less the garage, is worth approximately $700,000. A building lot is worth, and the applicant's going to do a little work, the builder's going to do some additional work for the seller, but it's worth approximately $350,000 for a building lot. The new home would sell in the price range of approximately $1 million to $1,100,000. Based on those numbers, the selling prices in the area, the gross profit to the builder would be approximately $255,000. The gross difference from the reduced lot to the maintained lot, to the existing lot on the oversized parcel is approximately $225,000 to the seller. In total, that's about $480,000 to the builder and to the seller on gross profit. That, in my opinion, outweighs any detriment to the surrounding community. All municipal services are available: concrete sidewalks and curbs, fire hydrants, easily accessible by emergency vehicles to Hempstead Turnpike to the north, Hempstead Avenue to the south. That's my testimony. Be more than happy to answer any questions.
Mr. O'Brien, has your client, they have an open permit for a non-conforming one-family dwelling. Has that been pursued?
I'm not aware that it has, Mr. Pellegrini, but obviously, as part of it, the town will require that both properties be brought up or be maintained according to code as part of the application. And we would take that, obviously, accept that as a condition of any grant.
This is first, the non-conforming
The
is?
non-conforming was issued and granted with conditions.
I wasn't aware of that, Mr. Pellegrini.
you go.
Well, thank you for bringing it up and letting me, but we also know, the building department's practice now, I believe, is when you look to maintain on a lesser lot, they make sure before issuing any of the COs for the build that the maintain is also up to code with inspections, which is, I think, is a very good practice for the town.
I just wanted to make sure that we heard this once and only once. Thank you. I don't think so.
Mr. Chair, I don't have anything else at this point. However, I know some residents and the neighbors have signed in, and I assume they have concerns. So if I have some time at the end to respond to anything that's said, I would appreciate that.
Okay.
Excuse me, I have a question.
Yes, Ms.
Where is the driveway on the house that's staying?
It'll be on the south. We have the existing curb cut. They're gonna put it from this here, from the stoop to the sidewalk. There's a driveway. Oh, if you don't, I'm sorry. The
No.
builder will put the driveway from the stoop on the maintain to the subdivision line. There is a curb cut at that location to the garage that'll be removed. So that'll accommodate approximately 2 cars. It'll be about 18 feet wide.
It'll be in the middle of the two properties, so it won't be affecting the neighbors.
The adjacent neighbor to the north.
I'm sorry, I
So
missed. Go ahead.
If you want, I'll repeat that.
If you're looking at the house that's remaining, it's to the right?
To the right of what?
If you're looking at the two houses and you take the center line, the driveways will be in the center. Well, the one
south.
driveway will be in the center on.
And there's enough room there for two cars?
You're talking about the maintain, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, you're right, it's not on there.
Well, we can put a pad in. I'm certain we can.
Oh, no, we're gonna put, it's gonna be a pad in front of the dwelling.
Right.
Yeah, there's
No,
just
I
no
understand
curb
that.
cut.
No curb
But
cut.
Because there's a curb cut there already?
No.
If that's where the garage is to the back, it'll just have to be widened to the north for the maintain. I have photographs.
Right, because if you see the garage in the back.
No, I see the
it would
garage
be
in the back,
central.
but, you can't see, you don't have anything written here.
Yes.
Yeah, there's no.
That there's a
curb cut.
No,
driveway.
I agree with you. Yes, it's unclear, no
So
question.
where is it gonna be?
It'll be in the center there.
In the center where the wall and gate and stairs are?
Well,
To
yeah,
the- to the
well,
front.
yeah, as Mr. Nelson says, if you're facing the existing house, you go to the right of just to the right of the stoop, to the property line with the house to be constructed.
No, that can't be.
And she makes a good point. Is there, I get, there's space for that? And how
Well,
many, what are you
that's-
gonna be able to fit 2 cars on the pad?
Yeah, side by side.
Okay.
That's plenty of room.
Because
Well, how big is it? We don't have any indication of how large it is.
Well, we certainly will submit we can set an amended or updated plot plan showing that'll be done to the board's satisfaction.
secondly, that's a third. Because if it's 40 feet wide and it looks like you're carving out about a third of that, given the front staircase, right?
Right.
A third of 40, isn't very wide. And given that there's no garage,
Well, we can also do it, we were trying to stay away from the neighbor's property, but we certainly we can do it on the other side, or we can do it on both sides. But then it's an extra curb cut, which,
there
I
is
don't
no
know if the
curb
board
cut
would
right
want
now.
that. Yeah.
Wait, but there's no curb cut at all right now, is there? There's none shown for the maintained lot. Joanne, that's a good point you make. But that isn't gonna be on their lot.
I agree.
And they have no garage.
Well, yeah, to the north.
You're right, we'll move the existing curb cut to the north.
Pardon me?
What was it? The existing curb cut, which is off center, or,
Yeah, you can't get too.
yeah, the existing curb is off center, we will move
How
to
much
this
is it?
property.
To the north.
Okay, because, the point being is there's no garage. Once you tear that garage down, but the whole lot proposed is only 40 feet wide. And given that the middle of the maintained house is, like, it looks like whichever side you put it on, you can get about a third of the property width, right? Because of the front yard, the front porch.
I would say probably about 40% of the property, figuring 40% on each side and 20% with the stoop in the middle.
Yeah, but you have only about 13 feet there.
To park the cars there.
13 feet's not enough for 2 cars.
But her point is well taken.
Yeah, I know.
A third of
Even
40
if
is
you put it- the
13.
whole thing is 40 feet wide,
Is that it?
and you're taking
Little math, let me tell
no
you.
garage, no garage.
Oh, yeah, because this is this guy's,
You're not gonna put it in front.
so he can't put
You
it
might
on.
be able to put one here and one
You know
there,
what he should do is do this.
but that, yeah.
There's no place, yeah, but I don't care if there's.
I don't know about that. He'll need 2 curb cuts.
Okay.
So why should he put something
Well,
here? when he
the
can
simplest
put one
solution,
car
I
here,
think,
one
is
car
that
there?
we'll remove the
Put another
existing
curb
stoop.
cut. He's gotta
We'll
do that
We'll
anyway.
move the stoop over so that there's a sufficient parking area between the stoop and the property line. And we'll,
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
and then you
we
might as
have
well-
to do that because we
Yeah.
want 2 cars to.
absolutely, I have, and no, it's a reality, absolutely.
Okay.
You're gonna
And
move the
probably-
stoop on the new house, on the old house?
Yes.
Yes,
And probably move it in
To
a
the
way to
north.
put
we'll move the stoop to the north, yes.
Gonna move the front door as well?
to the north, yeah.
Do you have a picture?
And then you just go up and go like that, yeah.
Yeah. It sounds harder than it really is.
Yeah, because you can leave the door where it is.
Exactly right, Mrs. Tamara.
Okay, if it's,
Gary.
if it's 13 feet wide, what's the length then? Can a car fit in?
He's gonna make it wider because he's
No,
gonna make it.
wider, but what about lengthwise?
19.6.
If we move the stoop over to the left,
No, I mean the parking
What's the depth
pad.
gonna be?
How big is it going to be?
19.6.
what are we gonna get now?
19.6. From the property
It's
line to the
19.6,
front of the house.
19 and a half feet, which is plenty.
So you're saying from the curb to the house is 19
From the
and a half
property
feet?
line.
What?
From the property line to the front building line, 19.6. Not to the curb.
Oh, I see it. Okay.
What?
Well, a parking space is 9 by 8 and a half, right?
The front yard setback to the property line is 19.6.
Oh, right. Yeah,
It's
okay.
not going to the curb. It's got to be the apron. You still
No,
have
but
concrete sidewalks there.
Mr. Adams, just so we're on the same page with this, we moved the stoop, now, the existing stoop or the existing house is 19 and a half feet from the curb.
Yes.
An agreement. We moved the stoop over
Stoop is
to
down.
the north, and now there's a wider area between that stoop and what will be the property line with the house to be constructed, so that there's plenty of room there for a parking pad. So it,
What is the feet going to be?
okay, so if we,
18 by,
Because you're gonna still need part of it there.
I'm sorry?
Because you'll need, she's right, you'll need part of it there, because even if you stick the stairs over here, when you go up the stairs to get to the door, you need, whatever it is,
Oh.
6 feet or
Need a
something.
platform.
Yeah, no problem.
yes.
Right now it's at 8.4, it looks like. It's, well, that's not even clear where that is.
Move the stairs over.
Joanne, you're raising a very valid point.
Over here and then, turn this sideways.
Where's the basement?
So wait, if you got a 9.1 setback.
Make them submit plans before we do anything.
It's at 9 feet.
Right.
This is 7.5 feet, or what?
Right.
I don't know.
Katora, I think they should submit a plan.
This
before we
is
do
7.5.
Yeah, it's 7.5.
Okay, so here's what we have to work with. Ms. Nelson is doing the math, and I apologize that, it's getting a little off here. The setback with the neighbor's property is 9 feet
On the north side.
on the north side. The stoop, as it exists, is 7.5 feet wide?
7.5
Ms. Nelson?
feet.
So that's 16.5 feet. So between where the stoop ends and now the property line, if you do 9 and 6, that's 16.5. You have 40 feet of frontage, so that gives you 23.5 feet. So even if you take a couple of feet out,
18 feet wide is good.
you're still at 20 feet plus.
So Ms. Adams made a good point. In order for us to actually deliberate on this, we're gonna need, after the hearing at least, an amended plan.
Absolutely.
And since we're on amended plans, on the construct, the side door, there's a front door, there's a rear door, there are egress windows in the back, or what looks to be an egress window in the back. And that while your client, obviously, we don't expect your client to, use it in an inappropriate way in the future, the side door goes into the side with all the stairs down to the basement. And
Well,
there are sufficient egress and ingress without the side door. Would your client be willing to remove the side door?
just, its simple answer is yes. And we were heading in that direction, generally when I sum up, we understand, my client particularly understands as an experienced builder in the town, that the board tries to ensure that new construction, if
Is it
not all,
set up
is not used as an illegal multiple dwelling, and that shouldn't be used as one. And there'll be other things he'll agree to on top of that, but I'll address that as the board knows when I sum up.
You kind of know what goes on here, Mr. O'Brien, right?
Every now and then I pick up a bit
Having
of
been on
info.
this side of the table in the past.
That
A
concludes,
former lifetime, I'm sorry.
Mr. O'Brien, that concludes your presentation.
That's my presentation. Unless the board has, if we missed anything, I apologize. We'll be happy to address anything. I know, but we do have the neighbors.
Yeah,
That's
the
right.
normal new home conditions, owner occupied, on sale.
I'll put it all on the record, Mrs.
Okay.
D'Amato, but I'm certain the neighbors have questions and concerns.
Right, we have some people who signed in opposition. I would assume that at least one of you, if not all of you, would like to speak, so Danielle Murphy?
And Mr. Bryant, you want to give him these to review while we're there? I think there's overlap. Mr.
Pardon?
Bryant. Mr. Overlap, got it?
Any of you who would like to speak, no particular order.
Hi.
Who is she?
Okay. Good afternoon.
Name
My name
and
is Carol
address?
Hansen, and I live at 362 Fairlawn Avenue.
Got it.
The property immediately adjacent to my property is immediately adjacent to the property that is the subject of this application.
Yep.
I am here today to respectfully ask the board to deny the requested variances. The most significant issue for me is the extremely close proximity of the proposed new house to my home. The distance from the rear of my house to the side of the proposed dwelling is approximately 13 feet. That is an extraordinarily small separation between two homes and is not consistent with the spacing that exists throughout our neighborhood.
Hold on. So you say 13 feet. Are you adding up the portion that's on your property?
Yep,
and
the
the
5
subject?
point something and then this 7, yeah.
Okay, so we can't move your house,
We
obviously.
don't plan on
But,
doing that.
yes, but the issue is the 7 feet that they propose in 7.
Yeah.
Okay, keep going.
Okay.
Oh, just so you know, the setback from, the 7-foot setback does comply. They actually don't need a variance for that. They need a variance for the aggregate because they're supposed to net out 15 after you add both sides. But they could achieve that without moving it. So we're not here actually to grant a variance for that or to at least entertain a variance for that, just so you understand.
All right. My concern continues. The rear of my home currently faces open space. If the variance is approved, the rear of my house will look directly at the side of a 2-story home, again, that 13 feet away. Instead of open light, space, and air, my family will be looking at the side of a neighboring structure. The proposed house proximity to the rear of my home would create a canyon-like effect between the structures, thus reducing natural light, limiting air circulation, and creating a sense of overcrowding that does not exist today. This will also negatively impact the enjoyment and value of my property. My backyard, landscaping, and mature plantings depend on the existing access to sunlight and open space. These are not temporary impacts, they are permanent. I am also deeply concerned about safety. When homes are built this close together, fire risks become serious. A fire in one structure can more easily threaten neighboring homes when separation distances are reduced. Emergency access for firefighters and first responders become more difficult as density increases and available space decreases. In addition, I am concerned about the effects of the construction itself. Excavation, grading, foundation work, and heavy equipment operating so close to my home create a risk of structural damage, soil disturbance, drainage problems, and other impacts that neighboring homeowners may be forced to bear. I am also concerned about the effect of the this proposal will have on parking in the neighborhood and its services. Parking on the street is already limited. I understand they gave you pictures, but I also have pictures, and it's not the reality. I am having problems now putting my trash out on Walnut because there's so many cars on it. The sanitation six has told me to put it in the street because their drivers cannot see it. Adding other dwellings will increase the number of vehicles associated with the property and place additional pressure on already scarce parking. The applicant is not seeking relief because the property cannot be used. The property already functions as a residential lot. The requested variances arise from a desire to subdivide the property and place an additional home on land that does not meet current zoning requirements. The benefit goes to the applicants while the burden falls on the surrounding homeowners. I respectfully ask the board to consider the cumulative impact of these variances: the 13 feet separation between homes, the loss of light and air, the fire concerns, the risk of damage to neighboring properties, and the effect on the characteristics of the neighborhood. This could create a permanent change to my property and quality of life, and I respectfully ask the board to protect existing residents and deny the requested variances. In addition, I don't know how this works. I did do formal letters. It may not be acceptable, but I do have exhibits showing pictures, and I'm not sure if that's acceptable. Okay. Is it duplicative? There's one for each one, so for 32, yes. Do you need more? I made extra copies. Because there was 31 and 32, so I did one addressing both. But this is the same document? No, they're two different ones. Two different documents. One's for 31, 341, and one's for 342, showing the different things, parking and whatever I spoke about. Thank you for your time and consideration.
So one of the things as a board that we consider in these cases, because we get subdivision requests on a regular basis, you mentioned the character of the neighborhood. In this neighborhood, some of the cases that come before us for subdivision are terrible. Some are exactly what is in the neighborhood, and some of them, are somewhere in the middle. While this case is maybe a little closer to the middle than some, the character of the neighborhood, unfortunately, for what you would like, you live in an area where, yes, these 6 houses, like you said, are completely different than what is down Spruce Street and Walnut Street. So we will look at the character of the neighborhood, but we have the ability to make decisions, but not ones that are unreasonable. And we do have to look at the fact that Spruce and Walnut are predominantly 40 by 100. So I have no idea where we're going to go with this, obviously. We have a lot more deliberating and research, but just so you know, there's significant evidence that 40 by 100s are sort of the character of this neighborhood. So
Okay, I appreciate that, but I did see that there were other larger lots in there as well. So
You're
that
correct.
combination of it is what I was leading towards.
Understood.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What is this? Our exhibits. Mr. O'Brien, you reviewed these.
Yes.
Have any objection?
As long as the neighbor says that she took the photos and they fairly and accurately reflect what they are intended to reflect, I have no objection to it.
That is the case, is it not, ma'am?
Did you take the photo?
Did you took the photos?
What they submitted for parking, my photos, I think, show that if you go different times of day, especially at night,
But,
it's more congested than.
right, but the photos that you submitted, you took them recently, and they fairly and accurately represent what they purport to. Is that correct? Thank you.
I have
We'll
no
accept
objection.
those in evidence.
Chairman.
Yeah, who's this?
I do. My name is Danielle Murphy. My address is 67 Walnut Street. I'm right next door to the maintaining house. My concern, to add on to what Carol said, is that we do have, I believe they said 10 other properties that are 80 by 100 on this street.
80 by 80?
80. There's 10 other structures that are 80 by 100 on the street. So if we,
On Walnut Street,
Walnut,
in the radius
I
map,
believe that's what Mr. Nelson said.
we only see, on the radius map, we only see 2 others.
No, that's a
No.
60. Oh, yeah, there's 30.
Well, okay, on
Within the
Fairlawn,
200 foot.
Fairlawn, there are several.
We see 3 on Walnut Street so our map is 100 foot radius, 200. So we see that one. 70, 70 Walnut, 80 Walnut, and 3, 80 here. 70, and 59 Fairlawn Avenue. Then there are some others that are larger than 40, but not yet 80. Okay, go ahead.
But with this, if this variance does get approved, this will now set a precedent for all of these other houses to now apply and make the entire street look like Queens.
You're not wrong. It can have some precedential value. In the neighborhood, there's already a lot of precedential value because.
Most of those houses were built in the 50s.
Understood. This is not uncommon in.
I know. Thank you.
That's it? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
How about We got her.
We got her. It's Mr. Levy.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Levy. I live at 66 Walnut Street, which is diagonally across the street from the proposed build. I don't have much else to add from what Carol has said, other than the fact that parking is extremely difficult. I live on a 40 by 100 lot, yes. I have a driveway. I juggle 3 cars every day out of my driveway and the one spot in front of my house because I have adult children living with me still. If I don't get home in time from work, I'm driving up and down the block trying to find a place to park because I can't park in front of my own home. Another home on the block is going to be more cars. I also am concerned about the rear entrance to the new home built. As we all know, rear entrances in Nassau County turn into basement apartments, which is going to add more cars to the neighborhood, more people to the neighborhood. And that's a big concern of mine. Separate entrance into a basement always turns into an apartment down the road. We all know that.
So the rear entrance proposed on the new house is a sliding glass door, which we usually see as not lending itself. We spoke already about the side door entrance, which Mr. O'Brien has agreed to not put there because we have seen those, not by his client, but like they sell the house and down the road, it becomes just what you've said.
Right.
Particularly since there is a basement proposed.
And that's part of my concern, because that sliding glass door can easily be converted into another entrance type door, and then now we have an apartment in a basement, in a single family home.
Yes.
Mr. O'Brien, so we spoke about the maintain house, which is losing a garage.
Right.
About it having at least the capacity for 2 vehicles off the street.
Right.
I see the curb cut for the maintain house. Do you know how many, that will of course have a 1-car garage, but on Long Island, a lot of people don't use garages for
They
that.
use it for storage. We know that.
So how many cars do you will be able to park off street on the construct?
You know, Steve?
3, yeah. One in the garage, 2 on the pad.
3 including the garage. So a 2-pad,
Right.
you'll have a 2-pad on each house.
If I may add also, the existing owner right now has traffic cones that he puts in the street in front of his house to protect parking for his house, because he knows how bad it is parking on the block. And now he wants to add another home to the area. It's chaos trying to park on the street without adding another home with more cars, and that's my biggest concern. And when I say adult children, they're in their young 20s. They're not in their 40s and still living with me. They're in college, but they have cars. So we juggle cars every single night.
Yeah, in my neighborhood.
Respectfully.
Right.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else opposed would like to speak? Otherwise, I'll have Mr. O'Brien sum up.
Okay. Mr.
Yes.
You're free to sum.
There's no else. Just let me address a couple of things, because there were also, some of the people testified or sent in emails, but there are, I think other people did it. Somebody had indicated that they thought it might be a 2-family application. I assure you, it's a 1-family on the construct and 1 family on the maintain. Second, as Mrs. D'Amato pointed out, but I want to add to it, the sliding glass doors are in the rear as opposed to a stoop on the side or a stoop in the back do go a long way to prevent houses from being used as an illegal multifamily dwelling. But on top of that, this will be the only house that will, on the block, that will have that limitation. All the people came here and all the other neighbors have the right to have 2, even 3 entrances if they otherwise meet the code. So we're going above and beyond by being the only one to say, okay, we can't have a second stoop entrance. You know, the density is the density. It's 40 by 100. It's 40 by 100 and he's asking for, you know, Mr. Cashmere is the owner and Steve Laverty as the contract vendee of one of the lots is asking for nothing more but nothing less than anybody else has. And it's great that some people like looking over Mr. Cashmere's property and seeing vacant land. I'm certain there's the people who live in other houses who like seeing things on other people's property, but it's not their property, and they have the right to use it, enjoy it, as long as they're not causing any detriment to the people around them. And finally, a point was made about other 80 by 100s in the area. Big difference here. This is that we're as part of what we're asking for, we're maintaining the existing dwelling. The others would all have to be knockdowns. Okay, you can't just simply, and it would be cost prohibitive at that point in time to knock it down and then look to subdivide. So this is a unique property on a block, and it's really, if you were putting a jigsaw puzzle together, it would be the last missing piece, the only one that doesn't have the 40 as a complete side lot. So that, and without finishing, as I said, we would agree to what the board's normal and customary conditions to prevent the property being used as a legal multiple dwelling, which would include a provision that the properties be owner occupied, meaning that I should say, the construct be owner occupied, meaning that someone couldn't buy it and then use it as an illegal rental or an illegal multiple rental. It have to be the owner himself or herself would have to be living in the property as a condition. And again, that's not a condition that applies to any of the other properties.
What about the maintain being owner occupied?
Well, if the board was to insist on that being a condition, I would assume that the owner would agree to it. But understand, as I understand the board's history, they have not imposed that on maintains. They've only imposed that on construct. So
Does the owner live there now?
My understanding is he does, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, and Steve had brought up to me before, and I neglected to, he would have been here today. He's in the emergency room right now. I don't know the situation, so, but he had texted Steve. And that's, and I don't, are these yours? I don't think, yeah.
Anything else, Mr. O'Brien?
That is it.
Any other
I think
questions?
I've
from
covered
the board?
everything. Yep.
Go ahead, Mr. Plumer.
Hi, Mr. O'Brien.
Yes, sir.
So you're requesting with the new house, a lot of area in a B zone is minimum is 6,000 square feet, right?
I believe so.
And you're asking for 4,000 square.
That's correct.
So that's 33%.
Right.
Which is more along the lines of what this lady was saying, that it would take a lot of the light away from her house and take away from the enjoyment of her property. Also, the other question.
Well,
let me just tell you what I want to say, and then
I'll add.
I'm just making a point. So the other 40 by 100 lots, when were they subdivided? In other words, you say that there's other 40 by 100 lots that are on the block. When were they subsidized? When were they granted variances? Are they recent?
I handed in,
I'm just asking you.
so,
I don't see any of this. I'm asking you a question.
okay. Just get to my packet.
Any other questions?
I'm still answering.
Oh,
We have a question. No, you have the right.
No, I closed my file, I'm opening it up again. So 29 and 31 was a subdivision in 1973. 53 was in 1965. 95 Walnut was in 1971.
That's good. So basically, they're all from 50 years ago. There's nothing recent. That's my point.
The most recent I have, let me just see, was, I believe, 1987, just outside of the radius, and it was 143 Walnut Street. Thank you.
And if just may add, if there are variances, there was a different, much tougher standard for builders back then. There was practical difficulty, which was replaced by the balancing test. So I would just add that to our case.
We talk about the contour of the neighborhood, and the neighborhood hasn't had this kind of subdivision in basically 50 years. That's the point I'm making.
And my argument back would be it's 40 by 100 predominantly for that same period of time. And last but not least, just to cover what you said about, the lighting issues and the open space. Tomorrow, the owner can knock down the property, build a new house, and build it within 5 feet of the property line. Okay, and but it would still affect the same problem or complaint that the neighbor has and do that legally. So, and that's our case, unless.
Any other questions from the board? If not, can I please have a motion?
Move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. O'Brien, Mr. Nelson, and the rest of you who signed in on the case, you will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered. Thank you all for coming and participating.
All in favor? Any opposed?
Folks, I know a lot of people have walked in after the start of the hearing. Please make sure you've all signed in for whatever cases you're here for if you've not done so. Thank you.
You're on this case, Mr. O'Brien?
That I am, Mr. Pellegrini. Got double duty today.
Next, we have case
Do that.
343 of 26, West Hempstead, Benedetto Bianco and Matthew Silbersweg. Variances, subdivision of lot area, front width from and on street line to front setback line, front yard setback line on Lehman Street, construct dwelling, demolish existing dwelling and detached garage, parcel 2, the northwest corner of Beverly Road and Lehman Road, formerly known as 18 Beverly Road, as well as case 344 of 26, West Hempstead, Benedetto Bianco and Matthew Silbersweg. Variances, subdivision of lot area, front width from and on street line to front setback line, construct dwelling, parcel 1, located on the north side of Beverly Road, 40 feet west of Lehman Road.
Yes. Yes, for the applicant, Robert W. O'Brien, 877 North Corona Avenue, North Valley Stream, New York.
Jed Nelson, 2209 Suite 204, Merrick, New York, 11566.
Thank you.
Stephanie, before you proceed, Mr. O'Brien, let the record reflect the fact that I'm accused on this.
Madam Acting Chairman, I represent the applicants Matthew Silbersweg and Benedetto Bianco with respect to the instant application for a two-lot subdivision. At the outset, I'd like to move to have the two cases consolidated and heard as one. And with me here today, to my right, is a real estate expert, Jed Nelson, who is prepared to testify regarding the nature and character of the area, and that the benefit of the application to the applicant outweighs any detriment to the surrounding community. Also present right behind me are Matt and Ben, the applicant's principals, to answer any questions the board may have regarding the application. The subject property is on the northeast corner of Beverly Road and Lehman Road in the hamlet of West Hempstead. We all know it as Lakeview. It is also known on the Nassau County tax map, section 38, block 100, lots 15 to 18. The parcel as it currently exists, I'm dealing with 80 by 100s today, so let us have another one. A perfect rectangle, 80 feet of frontage, 100 feet of depth, and 80 feet rear yard line of the property. The applicant proposes constructing two new one-family dwellings on the property. The first of these, case 343 of 26, is for permission to construct a dwelling on the easterly side of the property, lot 2 on a parcel with 4,000 square feet of area. The variance is needed there for a subdivision of lot area, front width from and on street line to front setback line, and front yard setback on Lehman Street. The applicants will demolish the existing dwelling and attached garage as part of the application. It's an old house that's not in the best condition, but Mr. Nelson will cover that. The second application, case 344 of 26, is for permission to construct a dwelling on the westerly side, also on the 4,000 square foot parcel. The variance is needed there for a subdivision of lot area and front width from and on street line to the front setback line. Although Mr. Nelson, I know, will address nature and character of the area, if you include the subject premises, there are currently 10 homes on the block bordered by Beverly Road, Lehman Road, Cedar Road, and Parkside Road. Of these 10, 5 of the properties are 40s, 40 by 100s, and 3 others are 46.66 by 100. On top of that, the two properties adjacent to the subject to the rear are 40 by 100s, and the two properties across the street from that are also 40 by 100. So there is a pattern in the area. Consequently, it lines up when viewing each of these premises from the street. As per my standard practice, I performed an inspection of the area. The other homes in the area maintain, as I said, is an older home, and Mr. Nelson will testify regarding what the situation is with that. And unless the board has any questions of me at this time, I will gladly turn it over to him for his testimony.
Okay, Mr. Nelson, since the last time you testified before this board, have there been any changes to your credentials?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you're qualified to testify as an expert as to real estate valuation, and those limited topics. That means you can give your opinion testimony in that regard.
Thank you.
Okay, and then you can go ahead and testify in the narrative.
Thank you. Before I get started, I'd just like to do some housekeeping. I have prepared a radius map. The radius map highlights certain parcels in the neighborhood. It also bears grid to what the color coordination is. I've also prepared a package of photographs. The photographs were taken by me on June 22nd of 2026 at 10 a.m. in the morning.
Do they fairly and accurately represent what they purport to represent?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
In addition to that, in the rear of this packet are approximately 12 variances that were approved by the Zoning Board of Appeals in and around the subject property.
And those correspond to the color coordination of the map?
No, the variances do not apply on the radius map. The radius map does have a grid as to the parcels and what they indicate.
Do we have one or more of those for our?
I'm sorry, I only have one.
Okay, so we aren't going to take advantage of the color coordination.
Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, we'll accept it into evidence if you want, but I just meant we won't be able to follow along if you're going to testify, saying, okay, look at the blue ones, this is X, Y, and Z.
CTVs.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, it's my pleasure to be here once again, and I hope everybody is well. The subject property is physically located at the northwest corner of Beverly Road and Learman Road, known as 18 Beverly Road, West Hempstead, New York. It's designated as Section 38, Block 100, Lots 15 through 18 on the Nassau County Land and Tax Maps. Property is presently zoned Residence B according to the Town of Hempstead Building Department. The site currently maintains 80 feet of frontage along Beverly Road, 100 feet of street frontage along Learman Road, containing a total of 8,000 square feet in total lot area. The applicant is proposing to demolish the existing home, which is an older Cape Cod style dwelling, originally built circa 1940s, contains just over 1,200 square feet of livable area. It appears to be in substantial disrepair and has exceeded its useful life expectancy. The existing home does not contribute positively to the neighborhood in terms of aesthetics or property values. The applicant is proposing to subdivide the subject property into 2 equal lots, which will be in keeping with the existing characteristics of this neighborhood. Both parcels will be 40 feet frontage, 100 feet in depth, containing a total of 4,000 square feet in total lot area. As you can see on the radius map, there are 24 other 40 to 48 foot street wide lots currently existing. The applicant proposes to build 2 new colonial style homes, which will be in substantial upgrade to the existing property and the benefit to the neighborhood. Each property will provide for off-street parking for at least 2 automobiles, so as not to exacerbate any parking issues. In my professional opinion, the proposed application will be a benefit to the neighborhood and to the existing property owners with an enhanced aesthetic. help support the property values in the area. I believe this will be achieved without any detriment to any nearby properties, property owners, the neighborhood, or the community as a whole. Presently, within a 100-foot radius, there are 15 improved residential lots. 12 of the 15, or 80%, are in the 40-foot range wide parcels. That is, 6 of the 12, or 50%, are 40-foot wide lots. 2 are 41-foot wide lots. 3 are 46-foot wide lots, and 1 is a 48-foot wide lot. Therefore, all of the 12 of the 15 would require variances if developed today, demonstrating overwhelmingly consistency in this neighborhood and how the proposed application will be in keeping with the characteristics of the area and not alter the existing essential character of this area. Just for clarity, we have expanded our research to 200-foot radius. Within the 200-foot radius, there is a total of 37 improved residential lots. 3 of the 37 are located on Pine Brook Court, which is a slightly different neighborhood and not accessible from the subject area. But in keeping with the consistency here, we will include them in our analysis. Therefore, of the 37 improved parcels, 23 of the 37, or 62%, are in the 40-foot wide range, in that 10 of the 23, or 43%, are 40-foot wide lots, 2 are 41-foot wide lots, 5 are 44-foot wide lots, 3 are 46-foot wide lots, and 3 are 48-foot wide lots. If you don't include the 3 lots located outside the subject area on Pine Brook Court, then all of the percentages increase. It is also noteworthy that 26 of the 37, or 70%, of all of the lots within the 200-foot radius require variances if they were to be developed today. Therefore, it is my professional opinion, evidenced by the percentages, the proposed application for variances and subdivision is in keeping with the existing characteristics of this neighborhood and area of West Hempstead. The proposed application will not alter or change the existing characteristics of this neighborhood. In the package I submitted earlier, there are 12 variances that were granted for similar requests in the subject area. Albeit some of them are several blocks away, they are all located within the West Hempstead community in similar competing areas. This application being requested here today is not unique, and in my professional opinion, will not adversely affect the market values, the marketability of any of the surrounding properties. It will not change the essential characteristics of this neighborhood and will have a positive impact on the area with enhanced aesthetics and help support the existing values in the immediate area. All utilities are readily available, including water, sewer, electric, and other supporting amenities. New constructions tend to help support and sustain neighborhoods by demonstrating good growth, good demand, enhanced the quality of a neighborhood, introducing new neighbors. It will also help ease the demand for property shortages, the housing shortage, without any adverse effect to the community as a whole or individual property owners. It's my professional opinion that the proposed application makes for good sense. There are currently 34 homes listed for sale on MLS as of this morning in the 11552 zip code, which is West Hempstead. There are only 3 homes that are currently available in the Malvern School District, which is where the subject property is located. They range in an asking price from $695,000 to a high of almost $2 million. 23 of the homes, there have been 23 homes sold in the 11552 zip code within the past 6 months. There's been 137 homes that have been sold in that same zip code in the past year. They range from a low of $610,000 to $1.5 million, with a medium price range of $765,000 and a mean price range of $775,000. Proposed selling prices of the subject new constructions, if approved, will be over $900,000, therefore showing it's ranging at the higher end of the value range and will not adversely affect the community or the surrounding properties. I have prepared economics. I'm not sure if the board is interested, but I will just recite them. The property was purchased approximately 1 year ago for $480,000. I have legal and extensive and demolition costs in the $40,000 to $50,000 range. Building costs for each home is approximately $400,000. Based upon the sales price that I recited earlier, the builder or the contractor, the builder will recognize approximately a $250,000 to $260,000 price or profit per parcel. In the event that this is denied and the applicant is forced to build just one home, again, building costs or land costs of approximately $520,000. Building costs, if you're going to build a slightly larger home, would be between $450,000 and $460,000. The sales price of a new construction, the larger one, would be approximately $1.1 million. The builder or the investor would recognize approximately $130,000 to $140,000 profit. So therefore, the loss to the applicant is between $350,000 to $400,000 if this was not to be granted. That's my testimony. And I will entertain questions.
I have a question, Mr. O'Brien, actually. It looks as though there are not egress windows on the houses. They're identical, right? Same plans for each house?
I believe.
Yeah. Ms. First has brought to my attention that each house needs an egress window, and apparently there isn't one. So I guess that will get covered
Well, gladly.
through the building department, but I just want to bring it to your attention.
Safety factors, 100% for that.
Oh, hold on. Oh, this is the same one, okay. We just had the other owners sign in because you and Mr. Nelson were the only ones who were signed in. So there's no one else signed in except for those signed in favor, so I take it you don't need to call them, or you?
I don't need to call them, but I would wrap up if you give me one minute.
So if you're not calling.
Mr. Pellegrini, you look like you're going to ask me a question, so I always enjoy your questions.
Waiting my
Yeah.
turn to be respectful to
Thank
the
you.
acting chairwoman.
So if you want him to sum up first, or you want to ask a question first?
I wanted to know whether or not he would be willing to put the egress windows in and not exterior basement entrances.
No exterior.
No exterior basement, no.
Right, yeah. So, I was, as you know, when I sum up, but my clients will agree to the normal customary conditions the board's been known to impose, which include no exterior basement entrance, an owner-occupied provision, and anything else that's reasonable to prevent the property from being used as an illegal multiple dwelling.
Okay, and then do you have any other summation?
No.
Okay.
Unless the board has.
Okay, are there any other questions from the board?
Yes, sir. It's my day.
Same question. Out of the 40 by 100 lots that you say are subdivided in the 200-foot radius, when was the last time this board granted a variance for this? What year?
And nothing in the 200-foot radius.
In other words, the 200-foot radius, he's talking about 37 houses, or how many houses are in the two? When he said there are 62% were.
There are 37 homes or 37 residential parcels within the 200-foot.
Okay, so my question, out of those 37 parcels, which you said 23 were 40 by 100, I think that's what, 62%. How many of them were granted a variance within by this board, and what year was it? In other words, has any of these been granted variances in recent history? Okay, so in other words, when was the last variance granted by this board for,
In the 200-foot radius?
yes,
There has not been.
okay.
And going along that, I do not believe there has been any requested variances or subdivisions
Yeah.
within the 200-foot radius.
Yet there's been no denials.
No, I'm just trying to ascertain if there's a pattern, people are knocking houses down and building two other houses.
No,
So this
sir.
is something pretty new for this
So just to
neighborhood.
expand upon what you just asked, there are only two other 80-foot lots in this entire area. Neither one of those are candidates to be subdivided, in that they would sell too high to be able to be a profitable venture for somebody. So there is only two other lots that are 80-foot wide lots. Thank you.
And just one last thing,
Go ahead.
and I promise 30 seconds. If
Okay.
you just look at this particular block, I'm going to give you symmetry. If you look at the properties on Cedar Road, you count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 properties, 6 homes. And on where we're looking to build on the Beverly Road side, in the end, we'd have 6 properties, 6 homes. So the symmetry is perfect on the area. And that's our case.
Okay, are there any other questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
I move the hearing be closed, the case placed on the decision calendar. All who signed in will receive written notice when the board decides.
Second? All in favor?
Aye,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
and good night.
Folks, another reminder to please sign in if you have not done so.
See you tomorrow morning.
So the, the court reporter has to change the papers, so we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 3:30.
Folks, just once again, if you have not signed in, please come to the table and sign in for whatever case you are here for. Okay, the next case we have is case 345 of 26, Belmore, JRA Realty LLC. Install one double-faced illuminated detached ground sign, 142 square feet per face, overall size 284 square feet, overall height 22 feet, 9.5 inches, and setback 2 feet, 4.5 inches from Bedford Avenue and 6 feet, 8 inches from Merrick Road, and within the clear sight triangle, also known as 2711 through 2729 Merrick Road.
It's good. Dov Hadass, 600 Shore Road, Long Beach, New York. I'm the architect for the job. First, I just want to correct you. The face, the size of the face is 142 square feet, not 248 that you have cited.
Is it double-sided?
Double-sided, yeah.
So then it's overall
yes,
284 square feet, sir.
All right. The property is located. Right, total. It's 142 per side. The property is located on the north side of Merrick Road in Belmore between Bedford and Winthrop Avenues. The property is a typical strip shopping center. Currently, it houses 8 stores. They're all local stores. There's no big national chains in their stores. They're all serving the community. The building itself is set back about 30 feet from Merrick Road. There's some parking in the front of it. And the purpose of this application is to install a freestanding sign in front of the building. The building itself is, as I said, is set back with regular stores, typical Long Island shopping strip mall. And to make it a little bit more visible and to add some more pizzazz to the community, to the stores, help with the sales of the product, we wanted to put that sign. The sign is it's not a small one. It's about 8 feet wide. It's about 22 feet tall. And on the bottom of it, we have sort of an arch just to allow for people to go through and not bang their heads on it. So the actual size of the signage itself is a lot smaller than even 142 square feet. We want to make it illuminated so that it's going to be visible at night. The intent is not to make it into a beacon into the ships on the bay.
Hold on, Miss First. When we have it at 142 face area, it sounds to me like he's telling us that it says that, but that's not really the face area because of the big cutout below. But when it says 142 square feet face area, that is in fact the face area. That's not including the empty space below, right?
Correct, it's the area of the sign itself.
Actually, it does. It includes everything in the sign. It's exactly what you see. The sign itself is a lot smaller than that. The sign itself is about, the area of the signage is about 65, 70 square feet.
Okay, hold on. Let's get this cleared up now because that's not what Ms. First is saying, and she's probably our biggest expert in the building.
15 feet by,
But he's trying to say that.
I understand what he's trying to say. It's at least 100 foot without this. So it's got to be 142 without
The empty space.
including the empty space. It has to be. Yeah, I mean.
What is it that you think, what do you think is going into the number 142 that isn't actual signage?
Another 10.
Would you mind coming up here?
14 feet by 14 feet by 7 feet plus the pillars.
Let me ask him to show us what he's claiming.
How many
What are
feet?
you saying is included in the 142 that is?
Everything that you see, including the void.
No,
No.
can't be.
That's what I thought you said.
Can't be. You got 22.9
This first.
by 9 feet is how much?
That's
22.9, I'm looking at the measurements. 22.9 by 9 feet. That includes the pillars.
That's 198.
Yes, so
Okay.
if that were included,
That's
it
not
would be
included.
198.
It's not included. Okay.
All right.
Now that we got that straight,
Stephanie, let the record reflect that we had it clarified. And in fact, the 142 square feet face of the sign does not include the empty space below between the pillars. The applicant was just mistaken, okay?
go on,
so.
go ahead.
I was talking about the illumination aspect of it, and I said that the intention is not to make it into a beacon into the ships in the harbor, but just to make it visible so that when somebody goes at night, they can actually read the signage itself and they can see, identify the stores that they're looking for. The intensity of the lighting is going to be approximately between 50 to 75 lumens, which is approximately what we have in this room currently.
And the proposed
That's Merrick.
location of this, is it right inside the sidewalk at that corner?
Yes, it's just in front of the sidewalk in the area that is not used for parking. It's right close to Bedford Avenue, and it's recessed as much as possible from Merrick Road.
How tall is the sign?
The sign is under 23 feet, actually. It's 22.8, 9.
Are there any other 22-foot high signs in that particular on Merrick Road?
No, not immediately next to it. I have not spotted any.
So if I drove up and down Merrick Road,
If you go further out, there's McDonald's and some other places that they have signage approximately similar in height.
are there any vacant stores in this particular strip mall?
No?
So they're doing well without the sign?
They're doing well without the sign, yes.
This is not accurate.
With your permission, I'd like to read a letter that was written by the owner, Mr. Richard Aronow, who just underwent a throat surgery, wasn't able to come. So if you don't mind,
That's quite all right. It seems like we have a plethora of people who are applicants who've come down with illnesses.
all right, so he writes, I, Mr. Richard Aronow, the co-owner of the building known as 2711 Merrick Road, Belmore, since 2003. The building is currently a home to businesses which serve the local community on a daily basis and are not duplicative in any online stores. Our store sells bagels, Nathan's, hot dogs, sushi, antique jewelry, and fine wine. We provide services such as haircuts, kitchen renovation, and wrinkle removal. Some of our businesses have been in our building as long as 40 years. Others have been located in the same spaces for 10, 20, and 30 years. We have never had any freestanding pylon sign before, but some of the stores are having problems at this time and feel that they are at a competitive disadvantage with other stores in the neighborhood. As the landlord for over 20 years, I want to do as much as I can for the fine, hardworking, and dedicated people who run these businesses. The one thing within my power is to give them greater visibility so that they can compete with other similar stores in the immediate area. It is solely for this reason that I have requested a variance to install the pylon sign with the individual names on each business on that sign. Thank you for your cooperation.
In response to that, I mean, on the one hand, you say the businesses have been there for a very long period of time.
Yes, sir.
So I guess the locals know that they're there and they've been competitive for any length of time. What do you think the additional visibility is going to add to the foot traffic or the vehicular
Well, I think
traffic?
that local retailers in general have drop-in businesses with the Amazon and all the big chains. I think that they want to stay competitive. They want to stay in business. We don't want to do anything crazy. We're not flying balloons or we're not doing anything of that nature. We just need a simple sign that will advertise the businesses and increase the visibility, especially on a busy road such as Merrick Road. And that's all that there is.
I apologize. Did you say what the hours that it would be illuminated and is it backlit illumination? Did you go into that?
I did not go into that,
Why,
no.
why don't you do that if you would, please?
Well, I think that it will be lit as long as the businesses are in operation. I don't think that the sign is going to be lit in 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm not sure. I have never discussed it with the owner, but I would assume that he would want the same thing. I don't think that he wants to antagonize the neighborhood. I don't think that he wants to do anything that would increase ire by the neighbors.
No animation of sign, no animation, the signs
No animation, it's
No
just
animation.
simply just the names of the
gonna be
businesses.
backlit.
Yes.
I'm gonna recommend that the board reserve decision on the case. I would like to take a look at it, to see, compare it, to see if there's other signs in the area.
Sure.
And, compare it with that, and then report back to the board. If the board, I'm only one person. If the board allows me,
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
we received a number of email communications in opposition to various aspects of this sign.
Yes.
So I'd like to give you these and have you take a glance. There's, a couple of them seem duplicative, but.
I've seen a few of them, yes.
Okay.
If you don't want to look at
Do
it.
you want to
don't have to. I'll take them
respond
back in.
do you want to specifically respond to any of the allegations made?
I just saw some general objections. I haven't seen
Alright.
anything, I haven't spotted anything.
Take a minute.
Take them on.
Take a minute.
Sure.
It's just,
I just want to say that I have discussed it with a woman who presented herself as the some kind of a board in Belmore. We discussed the sign very briefly, and she was very nice. It was a very pleasant conversation, but other than that, I don't know much about that.
I don't know. You should come back and tell us.
I just want to emphasize, just looking at it, I don't think that it makes any sense for me to sit down and read through that. But I think that basically we are in a business zone. The entire shopping center is in a business zone. It faces a business zone, and it doesn't have it. The sign itself is not facing the neighborhood, and it doesn't shine. It will not be projecting any light or any other interferences into the neighborhood. This is my view. So.
If you don't,
Okay.
we'll take them back then.
That's true.
Thank you.
that concludes your presentation, sir?
I'm sorry?
That concludes your presentation, or you have something else you'd like to add?
No, that's all I have to say.
Okay.
Thank you. Just want to thank you for your cooperation.
Any other questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
I would move, Mr. Chairman, that the hearing be closed, that the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Sir, you'll receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered.
Second?
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
He glances at him and says, these don't make any sense. Yes, you may.
Next, we have case 75 of 26, Near Valley Stream, 522 Hungry Harbor LLC. Variances, side yard, rear yard, special exception for philanthropic use for proposed ambulance service, variance in off-street parking, special exception to park in the front yard setback on Plainfield Lane, and permission to park in Residence B District, construct one-story ambulance garage and two-story addition, demolish existing dwelling, also known as 522 Hungry Harbor Road.
Just have a seat. Hey, you should state my name. Just have a seat.
Synagogue, that's this street.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. William Benesso for Chelsea and Durana, 333 Earl Ovington Boulevard, Uniondale, New York. Here on behalf of the applicant, 522 Hungry Harbor LLC. The applicant is the owner of the subject premises, and it is an application on behalf of the owner in conjunction with Hatzalah of the Rockaways and Nassau County to utilize the subject property at 522 Hungry Harbor Lane for a ambulance, volunteer corps ambulance substation.
Mr. Vanessa, before you get into it, there's a lot of people here that have signed in opposition. Is there a representative that is representing a majority of the, oh, Mr. Brown? Okay. Is there a chair for him to sit down on? No.
You said you.
He's going to stay there.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Benesso. When you conclude your presentation, we'll give the opposition a chance to be heard.
Sure. Thank you. Seated to my right is Mr. Howard Kafka. Howard, would you please state your address?
124 Harborview East, Lawrence, New York, 11559.
And would you state your relationship to Hatzalah?
I am one of the chiefs, one of the leaders of Hatzalah of the Rockaways in Nassau County.
Okay. Also with us today, we have Mr. Barry Nelson and Mr. Wayne Muller. They are here in their expert capacities, real estate and traffic, respectively. As you know, they've appeared before this board dozens, perhaps hundreds of times, and been qualified as such, and we'll be asking them to provide testimony. We also have our architect, Mr. David Steierman, who's present today in case the board had any questions with regard to the building itself and the site development. So before the board is a variety of requests for relief associated with the proposed redevelopment of the property. As mentioned, the property is at 522 Hungry Harbor Road. It is the northeast corner of Hungry Harbor Road and Plainfield Lane. It is presently improved with a single-family residence, and the applicant is seeking to demolish that and build a one and two story building on the premises to house an ambulance substation. Hungry Harbor Road is a collector road that runs east to west in this North Woodmere area near Valley Stream. The roadway, along both sides of the roadway, you'll hear in greater detail from Mr. Nelson, it's predominantly single-family houses. However, there are other uses in the area. To the east, on the south side of Hungry Harbor Road, there is a Bristol assisted living facility. To the west, as you go west, there's a school, and then mixed in between and in and out along Hungry Harbor Road are a variety of shuls and synagogues, including one that was approved by this board just last year, 2 doors down, which is under construction at the present time. Now, in order to occupy this site, my client is going to need relief in the form of both variances and special exceptions. This is a Residence B district, so consequently a special exception for the proposed philanthropic use is required. In addition to that, there are special exceptions to park in the Residence B district and for parking in the front yard setback, because the one handicap parking space on the north side of the lot encroaches in a minor fashion on the 20-foot front yard setback. Now, as the board well knows, a Special exception is different from a variance in that a variance is a prohibition against a particular use, whereas a special exception is for a use that is contemplated to be permitted in the area as long as certain criteria are met. So that is what applies to both the parking in the front yard setback and the parking in the Residence B district and the proposed use. In addition to that, a parking variance is required. The site provides 3 parking spaces, while the square footage of the building dictates the need for 5 parking spaces. And then there is a side yard setback variance and a rear yard setback variance. The side yard setback is 10 feet 6 inches on the north side of the building, whereas 20 feet is required. And the rear yard setback variance is 19 feet 8 inches to a stoop at the back of the building. But it's important to note that it is actually 25 feet to the building itself. So that being said, this board has heard several applications, at least 2 that I've been on, by Hatzalah for sites in the town of Hempstead. But obviously, in order to create an appropriate record, I'm going to go through the details of their operation in full. Now, Mr. Kafka, let me ask first, how many facilities, Hatzalah facilities, are in the town of Hempstead?
We have a total right now of 1 in Woodmere, 1 in, if you consider also Far Rockaway in Queens, 1 in West Hempstead, and now we are going for application in North Woodmere.
Okay. And the one that's currently in Woodmere is on West Broadway, and that is situated, I believe, at 720 and 724 West Broadway in Woodmere. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that site is operating, but a couple of years ago received permission to expand, and that is presently under construction for an expansion. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, let's talk about Hatzalah. This is a volunteer ambulance corps, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And how does it differ from other volunteer ambulance corps? Is this on the 911 system?
It is not on the 911 system.
So how does your operation work in that regard?
So the way Hatzalah works is very different than the regular EMS, the regular emergency medical service system. Everyone carries around a portable radio with them. When there's someone in need, a call goes out, and if that member, that Hatzalah member, is in that area, then they will respond and tell the dispatcher that they are available, and the dispatcher will acknowledge and then send them direct in their own vehicle to the emergency location.
So, as I understand, let me ask you this. What kind of equipment are they equipped with? Is it just a radio and then they just show up? Or what do they have in their vehicles?
So every single member, whether it be an EMT or a paramedic, they have the appropriate medical equipment in their vehicles to stabilize, treat, whatever they need to do, whether it's basic life-saving skills or advanced life-saving skills.
And as I understand, that's not the case with most other ambulance services. They have much more limited equipment.
Correct. They basically only have equipment within their ambulances.
Okay. So the difference, one of the main differences is that when a call comes in from your dispatcher, rather than go to the ambulance site and pick up the ambulance and then go to the emergency site, your responders are going directly to the emergency site to first assess the situation, and depending on the situation, or if the dispatcher knows already, somebody else is going to get the ambulance. Is that correct?
That is correct. So in other words, the individual is going direct to the call, go with their own vehicles, emergency equipment, and they could initiate treatment right then and there. And along with that, the dispatcher dispatches one individual to pick up the ambulance.
So one individual is sent to the ambulance substation in this case. He comes in, he parks his car, he goes in, he gets the ambulance, he pulls out and he leaves. He goes to the site of the emergency, and then if transport is necessary, he and the other EMT or paramedic who's there will ride with him to the hospital?
Correct.
Okay. And then when the service run is complete, the one driver returns the ambulance to the substation?
Correct.
And what happens when he returns to the substation?
He returns to the substation.
Or she?
And they get in their vehicle and they go home or they go back to their business. Because this is a 24/7 operation, they could be responding to a call from their home, from their business, even if it's located at their home.
Okay. So when the ambulance is returned to the station, does the person who returns it have to fill out logs or forms or restock the ambulance?
It depends where it is. At the North Woodmere station, there is no restocking to be done on an individual basis. In reference to the ambulance care report, the pre-hospital care report, that's all done and completed at the emergency room when they bring the patient into the emergency room.
So when the party who's driving the ambulance returns to the substation, he's he's backing the ambulance back into the bay and pretty much leaving. Is that correct?
100%.
Okay. Now,
Wouldn't the individual at that particular station restock the ambulance?
So normally we stock the ambulance for numerous amount of calls. And numerous times what we'll do is that we'll restock equipment from the emergency room, and they're pretty nice and give us whatever we need to restock if need be. The only thing that we will be doing at the North Woodmere substation is basically have a little room in the event we only need to restock the ambulance, not individual members.
so by that you mean when the individual members who have equipment in their own vehicles, when they need to restock their vehicles, they are not coming to this site to restock?
Absolutely not.
Where does that take place?
That's going to be at our headquarters in Woodmere.
Okay. So this site will not be used for restocking the individual EMTs and paramedics, and the only storage material kept on site in that second floor storage room is to restock the ambulance if you haven't restocked it from the emergency room.
100% correct.
How many ambulances are proposed at this particular site?
There will be, this bay will be able to take 2 ambulances, albeit, as I think Mr. Kafka will confirm, at first there's only going to be 1 there. But it will have a maximum of 2 ambulances present on site.
Correct.
Now, let's just go through the building itself. As I noted earlier, we have a 1 and 2 story building. The first floor, about 2/3 of the overall building is comprised of the ambulance bays. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And that only is occupied by the ambulances. There's no storage in there. There's nothing else in there.
Nothing else other than the 2 ambulances.
Okay. And then there is a vestibule for entering the building. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then there's a staircase that leads up to the second level. And then to the north of the staircase, there is a room that is labeled as a break room. And tell me how that room would be used at this facility.
So we labeled this room a break room, which probably will be used at the most a few times a year. Case in point, over this past winter, we had a couple of bad major snowstorms. So when we have some bad major snowstorms or any type of unique type of storms, case in point, Sandy, we will have a crew stay at the substation. So therefore, they don't take their own vehicles direct for each call. They'll all go directly on an ambulance. The amount of times that will happen or could have happened over the past years is you could count on one hand a few times a year. That's the only reason for that room.
So that room will not be used for any kind of meetings, debriefings, training, any kind of other activities?
No training, no debriefing, no get-together. There is no dispatching in this substation, nothing at all.
So there's not even a dispatcher on site. So most of the time, unless there's a call, this building is completely empty.
Correct.
Okay. Now, so now to the north, towards the rear of the building, or to, I guess you'd say, the side yard, is a bathroom. And then when you go up to the second floor, when you get to the top of the stairs, there is a storage area, again, for storing materials only to restock the ambulances, correct?
Correct.
Is that a manned storage facility?
It's not a manned storage facility. In the event someone needs to restock, they'll reach out to someone, or they will go up to the second floor, restock the ambulance, and that's really it.
And then the other room is a mechanical room that has your
boiler,
AC, and your water heater and things like that.
That's it. That's the whole facility.
And that's the entire building, is that correct?
Correct.
So based on your description, this site will be used strictly for housing the two ambulances. It will only be used for calls. It will only be occupied when there are calls occurring. And your dispatcher sends one person when there's a call. If there's a need for a transport ambulance, they send one person. That person drives his car, leaves his car, picks up the ambulance, and leaves, correct?
Correct.
So assuming there are two simultaneous calls, or one within 10 minutes of each other, the most you would have are two people accessing the building, is that correct?
Two people, the most, two vehicles, the most.
Okay. And you're prepared to accept conditions that there would be no dispatcher present, there would be no training, there would be no meetings, there would be no other use of the building other than the described break room use in the rare occasion of a weather emergency or flood situation where they have to have somebody stationed on site, and you indicated that last year that would have happened 2 times, I think?
Correct.
Okay. So that is the kind of limitation you would put on the use and occupancy of this building?
Yes, we will.
Where is the dispatcher then?
So the dispatching goes, they have dispatching centers all over Nassau, Queens, the city, Manhattan, and so on and so forth. They have schedules for dispatchers depending upon which area, which division has dispatching centers. We, in the Queens, in the Far Rockaway and Nassau County, we currently have one dispatching center, and we will have one in Woodmere. So it all depends. There's
In Woodmere at a different location?
At a different location, correct, on West Broadway, on our headquarters, by our headquarters.
To reiterate, there would be no dispatcher here.
Correct,
And
no
there would-
dispatching.
And there would be nobody present in the building on a regular basis. The only time people would be occupying the building would be to go in and get an ambulance, drive it away, and then return an ambulance and possibly restock it with materials from the upstairs room and then leave.
Correct.
Now,
Excuse me.
presently, yes.
Before you get away from the restocking. Okay, so that's restocking the ambulance. Well, how are the items brought in to stock the room?
Good question. How often would deliveries be brought to the site to stock that stock room?
Well, deliveries will not be delivered to this substation. The deliveries will be delivered to our headquarters in Woodmere on West Broadway, not over here. And if need be, if there is a need to restock the storage room, there will be an individual taking a few boxes, going up to the storage room and ensuring that it's there. There will not be any deliveries shipped to this substation.
And how often would that happen? Would you expect that to happen?
Maybe a few times a month. It all depends. We do stock it for numerous amount of calls, and we do restock from the emergency room. So it will happen a few times a month, if at all.
But that's just one person coming over with boxes and bringing in, it's not a box truck coming in and delivering to the site?
100% not. Correct. Correct.
Okay, when the ambulances, okay, they're called, the person comes to drive the ambulance, is that person an EMT?
So the drivers is either an EMT and sometimes a paramedic.
Okay.
What's the difference?
Are there sirens then? Is there any kind of a
We're going to get
noise?
into that in just a
Oh,
moment.
okay.
What's the difference between an EMT and a paramedic?
So EMTs, basically they're credentialed for basic life-saving. A ALS or a paramedic, they're credentialed for advanced life-saving, meaning that advanced life-saving paramedics, they are capable of intubating a patient if they can't breathe on location. They're able to do 12 leads. They're able to do external pacemaking if someone, God forbid, needs a pacemaker because their heart's electrical system went. We could actually give them an external pacemaker until we get them to an interventional hospital that has the capability of potentially giving them a
In-house pacemaker.
Exactly. Correct.
And also, are you going to talk about how many runs you have a day when you talk about the sirens?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, let's talk about the siren and the lights. What is your practice in that regard?
In reference to the lights, once you're responding to a call, whether it's a vehicle or your own vehicle or an ambulance, the lights goes on and then it comes off when the vehicle or the ambulance goes off. In reference to the lights, the sirens, they're very, very cautious when to use it and when not to use it. They minimize the sirens as much as they could, depending upon the traffic conditions and the nature of the call. They're very, very cognizant because we do go into residential areas.
And now your drivers, your EMTs, your paramedics, in addition to having that training, they also are trained in connection with driving the ambulance. Is that correct?
Yes, as a matter of fact, there's a mandatory course that every single member, whether you drive an ambulance or whether you don't, you have to take a CEVO course. It's a coaching emergency vehicle operator course, which gives you education and skills for defensive driving, in which first responders use. A lot of EMS, a lot of emergency medical service, law enforcement, and fire departments use it, and it's mandatory in our organization.
Now, let's talk about the location and its needs. So this North Woodmere area, you provided me some statistics that Hatsala maintains. Since 2018, the number of calls that have come in for the North Woodmere, near Valley Stream area have risen from 2018 at 236 in that year, and to last year, it rose to 477. Is that correct?
Correct.
And basically, it was a steady increase over that time. And so right now, based on last year, 477 calls would equate to, over a 365-day year, 1.3 calls a day. Is that about right?
That is correct.
Okay. So if the trend continues and even were to double, we'd be looking at less than 3 calls per day from this site?
That is correct.
Okay. And that's doubling the 477 that occurred last year. Now, the location itself, I looked at Google Maps and looking at as the crow flies, your site in Woodmere on West Broadway is only 1.17 miles away. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then when I did basically how you drive from your site, from that site to your proposed site, it's about a 2.1 mile drive.
Correct.
Okay. Before I go any further, I'd like to hand up for the board's consideration a two-page exhibit. The first one is a Google Maps aerial view of this North Woodmere area. And the second one is stepped back so that you can see the driving route, the shortest driving route, that 2.1 miles from their existing site to their proposed site. So I'm going to hand those up to the board. Now, it would seem to beg the question, if you're only 2.1 miles away and your site on West Broadway can get to this site, what is the need to have a site up in North Woodmere on Hungry Harbor Road?
Well, the time it takes currently for an ambulance to come from Woodmere, West Broadway in Woodmere, to get into North Woodmere, if there isn't any traffic, you're talking about minimum 6 to 7 minutes. If during traffic, during peak times, which that happens numerous times throughout the week, school buses, mornings, late afternoons, you're talking about minimum 9 minutes, maybe 10 minutes from an ambulance going from our headquarters, West Broadway in Woodmere, to North Woodmere.
So now I'm going to hand in another document. This is a map prepared by Hatsala, and it shows the proposed site at 522 Hungry Harbor in red, and then the blue dots represent each of the EMTs, paramedics, and even a couple of physicians who reside within that area who would be able to service calls in the North Woodmere area and go to the ambulance facility, pick up the ambulance, and go to the emergency in the North Woodmere area. Now, the relevance of this to me is that those people are there already, so they can respond directly to the site of the emergency. However, to get the ambulance, they have to go south, take Branch Boulevard down, and go over to the Woodmere, the West Broadway Woodmere site, pick up the ambulance, and then come back. Is that what you're trying to avoid?
Yes, either one of those members in North Woodmere or elsewhere. But again, the big thing here is the travel time from West Broadway to North Woodmere, which it's significant minutes, and minutes really saves lives.
Yeah, and to that end, I'm going to hand up another exhibit, actually a set of letters. These are letters issued by 3 different emergency physicians with Chevra Hatsala, each discussing the importance of reducing the time between responding to the site and getting transport commenced and underway to what they call the definitive care, a suitable hospital providing significant care benefits for the greatest emergencies, strokes, cardiac issues, hemorrhaging, severe hemorrhaging. The closest one is Mount Sinai South Nassau, that would have cardiac catheterization abilities, that would have a cardiac care unit. Am I correct?
You're correct.
Okay. So I'm going to hand those up, and then I'm just going to read some pertinent.
Mr. Vanessa, can I just ask, if I missed it, I apologize, the blue dots?
The blue dots are the members of Hatsala, who are EMTs, paramedics, a couple of physicians. That's where they live. So they are in the area. But without the ambulance in the area, they have to wait for an ambulance from West Broadway and Woodmere to get there. So this, I'm not going to read from all three letters. I'm going to read in pertinent part from the letter of Jason Zimmerman. He is the medical director of Shavra Hatzalah of New York. He's the chief medical officer. And in it, he indicates he's a board-certified emergency physician, fellowship-trained in emergency medical services, and he serves as the medical director of Shavra Hatzalah of New York, the largest volunteer emergency medical services system in the country and the parent organization of the applicant in this matter. He speaks directly to the importance of reducing the time it takes to get to the hospital. He says the placement and configuration of a community's emergency medical resources is among the most powerful tools available for improving survival from medical emergencies. Emergency medicine describes survival from the gravest emergencies, cardiac arrest chief among them, as a chain of survival, an ordered sequence of time-sensitive steps by which a patient is recognized, reached, treated, and delivered to definitive care. The earliest links in that chain are the most important. An intervention delivered in the first minutes saves a patient whom the same intervention delivered only a short time later cannot. The ability of an EMS system to compress those first minutes, putting a trained crew at the patient's side and then moving toward the hospital as quickly as possible, is the link where the greatest number of lives are won or lost. In conditions such as cardiac arrest, major hemorrhage, stroke, and heart attack, the likelihood of survival and of meaningful recovery declines measurably with each minute that passes. The clock that matters most begins with the instant the emergency occurs, and the factor most within an EMS system's control is how quickly it can launch a response and bring the patient to the care that only a hospital can provide. And he basically concludes by saying, for the residents this facility would serve, the nearest hospital offering the highest level of definitive care, namely a verified trauma center, a cardiac catheterization lab, and a designated stroke center, is Mount Sinai South Nassau in Oceanside, a meaningful drive away. That transport leg cannot be shortened because the geography is fixed. The time that can be saved must therefore be saved at the only point still within our control, the front end, in how quickly a crew is mobilized and transport begins. So based on that, I believe what the point that is being made is that even being 1.17 miles closer as the crow flies, and being 2.1 miles closer than your other ambulance facility will literally be the difference between life and death and or full recovery or a not full recovery. Is that fair to say?
That is 100% correct. Every single minute that goes by is a matter of whether it could be death to a heart muscle every single minute, an occlusion for a stroke, being at a interventional center, stroke center, and being able to basically treat with therapy, surgical procedures, and other interventions, as Mr. Benesso mentioned. Every single minute does make a difference. Every single minute will be a matter of life or death, a matter of who will live, who will die, or who will be discharged with disabilities and or neurologic deficits for the rest of their lives.
Thank you. Now, just to finish up with your direct testimony,
Not just if you want me to speak about
Yeah.
how they're embedded in there.
yeah, we've already discussed this exhibit with the blue dots and how they're embedded in the area. There are a total of, I'm going to get to that. There are a total of, where's my, sorry. 20 members in the area, 16 EMTs, 3 paramedics, and 1 physician. So the area has the people to provide the emergency services. But again, without getting the ambulance there faster than it does presently, it could be a significant difference in outcomes for patients being serviced. So just in closing with Mr. Kafka, your organization engaged the community and secured a great deal of support for this subject application. Is that fair to say?
That is correct.
Can you describe the exhibits that I'm going to hand up to the board now?
We have a petition from residents within a 300 square foot area of the subject.
Square foot, just
a foot, 300 foot radius that signed petitions in support of this substation. And in addition to this, we also have letters of petition that are in support from the whole North Woodmere community in support of the substation there that will ultimately net result saving numerous lives having that substation embedded within our members.
Thank you. So unless the board has any questions of Mr. Kafka. Yes, ma'am.
I have some questions. How many ambulances are on Broadway now at your facility?
Right now, there are approximately 4 ambulances.
And they will remain there?
Yes, they will remain there,
Okay,
correct.
so they'll remain on West Broadway. If this happens to come to fruition there on Hungry Harbor, how many? You have 1 or 2? How many? What's the maximum that could be in that facility?
In North Woodmere?
Yes.
Okay, the max that will be there
On Hungry
on Hungry Harbor are 2 ambulances.
That's it. There will not be any more.
Absolutely not.
Okay, so you have 4 on West Broadway. You have 2 in on Hungry Harbor. How many do you have in West Hempstead?
We have 2 in West Hempstead.
Okay, and once they're, let's say you have the 4 out on West Broadway, and would they ever return to Hungry Harbor?
No, wherever the ambulances are parked and wherever they're dispatched out of, whichever facility, that's where they go back to. And we are adding on ambulances on West Broadway to ensure that.
Are the ambulances on, which could be on Hungry Harbor, are they in the building or are they always outside the building?
They will always be housed inside the facility, inside the building.
Okay, the other question I have is, okay, so they're ready for the day, let's say, and one of them's called out and they go to South Nassau, and then there's like 2 more calls, and the ones in on West Broadway are already out on calls. Can the ambulance go from like South Nassau to another accident or house, or do they always have to return to Hungry Harbor?
So if an ambulance, just to make sure I understand the question, my apologies, leaves the North Woodmere substation, they go on a call, they transport the patient to South Nassau.
Yes.
On the way back to North Woodmere's substation, if they get called out on another call along the way, they will definitely respond.
Okay, so they don't have to go back.
No, no.
So how many calls could they do without return? My thing is, how many times do they go out and return in a day, approximately?
So based on, again, based on the 2025 call volume, you're close to 500 calls, okay? So that signifies 1.3, 1.4 calls a day. Now, if they do get a call that's coming back to North Woodmere, then it probably would be close to a North Woodmere call, and it will fall within that category.
Okay, you had said before 477 calls in 2025. Was that between West Hempstead and Broadway, those 6 ambulances?
No, very, very good question. Those 477 calls in 2025 was exclusively just for the North Woodmere residents, exclusively for the North Woodmere community. That's it.
So
this site
this site
would
is
service,
only for,
would accommodate those 477 and however many more that are presently being serviced via the Woodmere site on
okay, let's
on
say
West
there's
Hempstead.
something in East Rockaway. Would you go to East Rockaway?
We would go to East Rockaway, but it probably would be dispatched from one of our ambulances on West Broadway in Woodmere.
Okay, so what is your range all of Nassau, town of Hempstead, just the 5 towns?
So we service the Far Rockaway area. We service the 5 towns inclusive of North Woodmere and West Hempstead. And basically nothing in between from, the North Woodmere Valley Stream area to West Hempstead.
All right. The other question I had was, so with respect to the sirens, when you get a call and you're leaving Hungry Harbor, all right, do you put that siren on right away if you can just go out on the road? Or would you sit there and put your siren on because there's a lot of cars? I mean, would you leave there with the siren right away?
So we would put our lights on right away. In reference to the sirens, we appropriately check right and left to ensure there's no vehicles. And when it's time to proceed on that roadway, we will. In the event it's an urgent emergency, we might just give a little alert, but we would not just turn it on indefinitely. We do not do that. We're very cognizant, whether it be North Woodmere, Woodmere, Far Rockaway, West Broadway, we're very cognizant of the residents and the communities that we have the privilege to serve.
Okay, and this would be an estimate. What would you think an estimate would be of how many calls this facility would get daily?
We indicated 1.3.
That's it?
Yeah, I mean, again, if it doubled, last year they had 477 calls in the North Woodmere area. If this facility had been there, it would have handled those 477 calls. That equates to 1.3 a day, 2 trips, 1 trip out, 1 trip back. That's each call, okay? So 1.3 would generate, let's call it 2, okay? That would generate 4 trips. 1 trip out, 1 trip back, 1 trip out, 1 trip back. That's what they experienced last year. If it were to double, you would have 3 trips a day because it's at 1.31. We'll double it to say 3.
And there could be days that this facility would not even be called?
We're providing you with an average. The average is 1.3. Right. Yeah, there could be days that there's nobody called. There could be days where there are 5 calls.
And they're available 7 days a week, 24 hours a day.
Correct.
365 days a year.
Correct.
Right. That's the nature of an ambulance service.
No, I understand, but I want, know about this on holidays, on your holidays also?
24/7, it does not matter which day of the week, what holiday, 2 o'clock in the morning, we get out of our bed and we go out and we save lives. The members go direct and one person picks up an ambulance. And if you see, just to reiterate, the members, the blue dots, how they're embedded around the facility, how close they are, how fast, safely they will be able to get to this facility, pick up an ambulance, and be able to get to a hospital for the appropriate medical intervention and save lives.
Okay, and your dispatcher is called from wherever the problem is. Like if I have a problem on East Broadway or on Broadway at 2 o'clock in the morning, the person would call for the dispatcher on Broadway.
Correct. They would call the Hatzela
Just like
phone
you would
number.
call the fire department.
Yeah, they would call the Hatzela phone number, and a dispatcher would take the call and then send out the EMTs, paramedics directly there, and send somebody to the ambulance substation to pick up the ambulance.
Okay, if there would be any kind of a wreck with respect to cars or trucks, and no one calls, do your ambulance show up like the police do or anything like that? Or do you have to be called?
That's a great question. So number one, we do have to be called. And I think, Mrs. D'Amato, I think you mentioned that, you asked that question, do we service or do we ever get called? Are we integrated into the 911 system?
That's all in your me, because I assume that's how people find, but I was just curious.
Yeah, so they have to call us, but there are numerous times that agencies next to us, whether it's Woodmere, Lawrence, Cedarhurst, and so on and so forth, they do call Hatzela, they call us, the fire department, and other agencies, and at times law enforcement for mutual aid. So it's not only direct calls to us, but it's direct calls to us because of our 24/7, our capabilities that other agencies, EMS, law enforcement, and the fire department do call for mutual aid.
Mr. Kafka, just based on what Board Member Adams said, let's say it's 2 o'clock in the morning and somebody is dispatched to pick up an ambulance. They're pulling out of the garage and there's no traffic on Hungry Harbor Road. Are they turning on the siren?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Ms. Adams raised another question that, or reminded me of another question I wanted to ask you. Right now, do you have ambulances that are not housed in a facility that are servicing the area?
We do have one or two, and that's one of the, what we do have 3 or 4 that's not housed in a facility. And that's why we are expanding our Woodmere, the West Broadway facility, that will house many more ambulances. And that's why also we are currently expanding our West Hempstead facility, and we're going to have our housing of our 2 ambulances inside.
Now, is there any issue with having ambulances sit outside as opposed to be housed within one of these substations?
Yes, 100%. There are numerous issues if the ambulances are housed outside as opposed to housed inside a building, inside a facility. Number one is that we have very sensitive medical equipment, AEDs, life packs. Life packs, it's a $50,000 piece of medical equipment that defibrillates, synchronized cardioversions. Okay, as I was mentioning before, external pacemaking, oxygen saturation, EKGs, 12 leads that shows a 3D picture of the heart. This is an integral piece of equipment that needs to be able to do what it needs to be done. It should be working at 110%. If the climate is to the extreme, too much heat or too cold, it will not work appropriately. We have AEDs, automated external defibrillators. We have IV infusion pumps, glucometers, okay, thermometers. All these integral, state-of-the-art pieces of medical equipment are tools to save lives. In addition to this, if they're not working, then we can't do what we need to do. If we have it housed outside a facility, if it's snowing, we have to brush off the snow. When we get to a patient, it's cold inside the ambulance. It's not a matter of just going to a patient's house and treating with our knowledge, skills, and equipment, but getting there. And when the patient and their family comes into the ambulance and it's a nice environment, it's not freezing, it's not cold, it helps with the treatment. And again, we also have very important medications in our ambulance. Too much, if it's too cold, if it's too hot, then the efficacy of our medications just will not work. So the bottom line is we need to house it inside.
Thank you. If there are no further questions of Mr. Kafka, I'll call upon Mr. Nelson to provide his testimony. Mr. Barry Nelson, the handsome one. Good afternoon, Mr. Nelson. I am offering Mr. Nelson as a real estate expert who's appeared before this board on hundreds of occasions and been qualified to provide testimony as such. I would ask that he be permitted to, first of all, be qualified to, as an expert, to provide expert opinion testimony, and then be permitted to testify in the narrative.
You're not going to ask me questions? I want you to ask me. Mr. Nelson.
It's Barry Nelson, 220 Pettit Avenue, Belmore, New York, 11710.
Once again, you have been qualified as a real estate expert many times before this board, as recently as about an hour and a half ago. Since the last time you were qualified as a real estate expert, have any of your qualifications changed?
No, sir.
Okay, then we will again qualify you as an expert on real estate, and you are free to so testify.
Thank you. I do have photographs of the subject property and surrounding uses. I think there's 26 pictures. They were taken by myself, and they were taken on June 1st, 2026.
And they fairly and accurately
represent the subject property and surrounding uses. If the board was to visit the location, if they haven't already, I believe the photographs will be substantially represent the area and the subject property.
therefore accept them in evidence.
Thank you. I think one of the one of the last exhibits that were handed in with location map with the members is an important map in that this area generally it's one road in, one road out, and that would be Hungry Harbor Road. The area is fully developed, single-family residential homes. Over the years, there has been an introduction of many religious institutions, synagogues along Hungry Harbor Road and some interior locations. In fact, as council mentioned, just to the east of the subject property at 500 Hungry Harbor Road, now under construction, is a synagogue in the subject block. The crux of the application would be the use for the development, and as part of that application, I looked at other locations within the town of Hempstead for similar type of uses, and basically, there are limited, other than fire departments, police departments, and hospitals, for that type of use. But there are private ambulances, and nearby where I reside, I looked at one at the southeast corner of Grand Avenue and Newbridge Road, and that would be the Belmore Merrick EMS. And I looked, and they have two locations in the vicinity. One is at 2108 Belmore Avenue, southwest corner of Wilson Avenue and Belmore Avenue, and the one I just mentioned at the southeast corner of Newbridge Road and Grand Avenue, 2434 Newbridge Road. I also looked at the one in Levittown, and that would be at 129 Balsam Lane, Levittown. And these are private ambulance corps that serve the communities. The purpose of looking at those were for the impact to property values and history of sales surrounding those uses. And I looked at in-depth house sales and resales, and it's pretty stable, and property values appreciated consistently with the surrounding community. In fact, the one I mentioned earlier at 2108 Belmore Avenue, southwest corner of Wilson Avenue and Belmore Avenue, 4 houses to the west of that, a house was knocked down and new colonial was constructed. That new colonial sold for, and it was within the last several months, sold for $1.4 million, rounded off, $1,399,999, by a developer that comes quite often to this this board. It was a legal lot. They knocked it down, they sold it, and it sold within less than 60 days at that location. Based on those findings, I also looked at another location. This board heard for a new location for the applicant at 341 Hempstead Avenue in West Hempstead. They had been operating out of 625 Hempstead Avenue, West Hempstead, if the applicant doesn't mind me saying. But they had been there for a short time, and I looked at property values, history of sales in that surrounding use, that location, and I found that it had no detriment to property values or the character of the neighborhood. At this location, it'll calls for removal of the existing house. It's a main arterial road, Hungry Harbor, and it's on the corner of Plainfield Road and Hungry Harbor Road. Synagogue just to the east, that's under construction, and just to the west, you have Young Israel that had constructed a facility, and it has daycare in there, and you have several on the south side. If you drove this immediate community, you'll see there's a substantial amount of improvements, new construction, renovation to existing houses. If this was to be constructed, I think that it would be my firm opinion that it would be continued to appreciate property values, and new construction and renovations would take place. In fact, I believe there would be new synagogues that will be coming before this board along Hungry Harbor in the future. The council's gone over the use substantially in the operation. The two ambulances will be housed within the area, inside the building. The variances that are sought, and previously the uses for a special exception, the variances sought would be for a side yard, rear yard, and parking in the front yard setback. Going over the rear yard, that would be on the easterly side. If you note the site plan, it maintains 8 feet to the ramp, stairwell into the dwelling, or into the building. That side is 25 feet from the property line to the building. The side yard would be the northerly side, where it's proposed at 10 feet 6. Because it's a non-residential use, it's required to have 20 feet. The parking in the front yard setback would be for the handicap space on the northerly side of the building or for Plainfield Lane, and that's a small encroachment, about 6 feet into the front yard. Majority of that parking space is behind the front building line on the corner, and it's no different than any other use in the area, residential with vehicles parked in the driveway. Based on my finding, my research, and considering the main road, Hungry Harbor Road, plus you have the Bristol, which is within the just outside the 300-foot radius, but within the block, Section 39, Block 485, there's a Bristol senior residence community at that location. They probably see more ambulances in and out than what this facility will see on the average per day. Nevertheless, it's my opinion that we're not going to be substantially impactful to the quality of life, to the property values of this immediate vicinity. And as I mentioned originally, it's one road in, one road out. It serves to benefit the community at this location.
So, Mr. Nelson, then summarizing your testimony in connection with the surrounding properties, the impact on surrounding properties or lack thereof, it's your expert opinion that should this facility be constructed and implemented at this site, it will not have a negative impact on surrounding property values or alter the ability of comparable sales?
That is correct, yes.
And in connection with the special use permit, again, in your expert opinion, will the use prevent the orderly and reasonable use of adjacent properties or of properties in adjacent use districts?
It will not. In fact, we have firehouses, police departments, all within residential areas. They operate similar to, or probably more extensive than what is being proposed at this location.
Will it prevent the orderly and reasonable use of permitted or legally established uses in the district wherein the proposed use is to be located, or of permitted or legally established uses in adjacent use districts?
No, it will not.
Will the safety, health, welfare, comfort, convenience, or the order of the town be adversely affected by the proposed use at this location?
It will not. In fact, it'll benefit this immediate community of North Valley Stream, Woodmere.
And will the use be in harmony and with and promote the general purposes and intent of this ordinance?
Yes.
And Mr. Nelson, based upon the extremely limited activity that the applicant has indicated will occur here and will accept conditions to make sure is the case, does that also even further support your position?
It does.
Thank you. I have no further questions of Mr. Nelson.
Mr. Nelson, do you
Yes, sir.
feel that the design of the building is within the
Keeping of the,
residential type character?
it's a
It looks like,
facade,
yeah,
brick
it
building.
looks like cinder block or. Whoa.
Folks, we do have several synagogues that were built along.
But that's
But
done.
I am
We're
sure
talking
the
about this one.
applicant can design a.
No, I understand. Maybe Mr.
Mr.
Nessa-
Pellegrini, it's built to look like an ambulance facility, but my client is reasonable, and if there is a request or desire to modify the appearance of the site in some way, shape, or form, we would listen to it. My client engaged in a number of meetings with the applicants, and the result of those meetings was basically, we just don't want you here. So they never got to the point where.
All right. All right. no more outbursts, please.
So,
I think it looks like a firehouse, like an emergency vehicle building, like you said.
All right,
Right.
let's,
so,
points well taken. Points well
to,
taken.
to make the point, I would be happy to speak to my client about potential modifications to the appearance of the building.
Okay. All right, folks, no comments.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions from the board?
Not right yet, but we got all those people.
All right, so you finished testifying, Mr. Nelson?
Unless you have any questions of, otherwise,
I'm
We
waiting.
don't have any questions from the
Pellegrini,
board.
did you have a question?
you just want to know if the design.
Oh, okay.
Where did you see it?
That being said,
What?
I'd like to call upon Mr. Muller, Wayne Muller, our traffic engineer.
Folks, if you're going to comment, have conversations, please do so outside. We'd like to get on with the hearings, and we won't be able to do that if we have a lot of interruptions. All right, Mr. Muller?
Good afternoon, Mr. Muller. Wayne Muller is a principal at R&M Engineering. He is a transportation engineer who has been qualified by this board on dozens and dozens of occasions as a traffic and parking expert, and permitted to provide expert opinion testimony to that effect. And we would ask that he be permitted to do so today.
Mr. Muller, you have on numerous occasions been qualified as a traffic and parking expert. Since the last time we qualified you as an expert, have any of your qualifications changed?
No, they have not.
Okay, so we will again allow you to testify in those areas.
Thank you. One second. For the record, Wayne Muller with the firm of R&M Engineering. Our offices are at 50 Elm Street, Huntington, New York. We had previously prepared a document dated December 23rd, 2025, which contains information regarding the parking and the activity at the proposed Hotzler facility on Hungry Harbor Road. And I'd like to submit copies of that analysis in accordance with the board's procedures for the record. Give me one second. It's going to go in the narrative.
No.
Yeah.
I put that in a picture of the one in West
Okay, thank you. So as I indicated, we prepared a document dated December 23rd, 2025. And in that document, it contains information regarding the parking aspects of the project, as the proposed project before the board today is seeking relief from the parking ordinance.
Mr. Mueller, would you just recite before your narrative testimony, just put what the calculation says you're required and what you're providing? And then I know, and how many you get credit for, because I know you need front yard and Res B. So just quick say the numbers so we have it on the record.
Absolutely. Here.
Here you go if you want to follow along.
I read it.
So, as indicated on the plans prepared by David Steierman, registered architect, dated May 8th, 2025, which are the plans that are before the board this afternoon. As indicated on the plans and in accordance with the Town of Hempstead Building Zone Ordinance, Section 319A, subsection 12, and 319A, subsection 23, and as indicated on the plans, the proposed project will require one parking space per 500 gross square feet of floor area, resulting in 5 required parking spaces. As indicated on the plot plan, the property will provide 3 parking spaces, 2 on the east side and then one on the northern side, which is an accessible parking space.
How many do you have credit for without other variances?
0. Yeah, because as indicated in my report and as shown on the plans, the 2 stalls that are on the easterly portion of the site are located within the Residence B zoning district, and the 3rd stall is located within the front yard setback. Also, that's the accessible stall. As indicated in prior testimony, the project will will provide 2 driveways. The first being a very large curb cut on Hungry Harbor Road, and that will service both the ambulances and the employees that come to drive the ambulances. The other curb cut is located on Plainfield Lane, and that's to service the accessible stall. As indicated in my report, we did perform a parking analysis in the area. And what we did was we observed the quantity of vehicles parked on Thursday, October 16, 2025, and again on Saturday, October 18, 2025, to determine what the level of activity is within the area, just to get an idea. On Thursday, the peak hour occurred at 7:15 a.m., in which there were 19 vehicles out of 40 spaces that we observed, translating to a 48% occupancy. And on Saturday, the peak times were at 10:30 a.m. and again at 4 p.m., in which there were 26 vehicles parked, translating to 65% occupancy, leaving 14 vacant spaces. So if the project were not to get credit for any of the spaces, the 5 required spaces could be adequately provided within the on-street areas surrounding the property. However, as Mr. Bonesso indicated, and Mr. Kafka indicated, that the way the facility works is that essentially the maximum number of vehicles parked on the property at any one given time would be 2. And that would be in an instance, which is probably pretty rare, where 2 ambulances would be out on a call. And those vehicles would be parked in the easternmost parking spaces. The accessible stall, in my opinion, is not going to be very readily used and is really there to satisfy the federal government's requirements to provide accessible spaces in new construction and or at most buildings. So as Mr. Bonesso indicated in his testimony, that essentially the way that the facility will work is that if a call is received, a driver is then dispatched to this facility. They park their car, they get into the ambulance, they leave the facility. After the call is completed, the driver comes back with the ambulance, parks the ambulance inside, and then the driver then leaves within his own personal vehicle. So each individual ambulance call translates to 4 trips. So it's 4 trips per call. 1 in, 1 out, 1 in, 1 out. And that makes logical sense.
There's nobody that accommodates the ambulance with the driver to go to the scene?
No, only one person is sent to the site to pick up an ambulance.
And he goes to the site and he meets other volunteers there?
No, he leaves his car there, gets in the ambulance and drives out. There is nobody at the site. The site is empty until a call takes place.
Right.
Well, I'm just explaining the situation.
So as Mr. Kafka and Mr. Bonesso discussed previously, the EMTs, the paramedic, and or maybe the doctor will meet the ambulance at the scene. So therefore, it eliminates a lot of that additional traffic, and also it increases response times by having the trained personnel meet at the facility, and it tends to reduce traffic. Maybe some other facilities would work that way, but this isn't. So essentially, based on the fact that, as indicated by Mr. Bonesso, in 2025 there were 477 calls to the facility, translating to 1.3 calls per day. If we were to round that up to the nearest whole number, that would be 2 calls per day. That would translate to 8 trips per day, max. And if, as Mr. Bonesso,
4 trips per day.
what would be?
4.
At two,
Two
it's
calls, it would be
eight.
one out, one in, one out, one in, one out.
That's four. No, that's
Yeah.
one trip.
Four.
That's
Yeah.
one end of the call.
Right.
So it's
Right.
eight. Yeah, it would be 8 trips, translating to 8 trips. I took a look at the activity on Hungry Harbor Road. The New York State Department of Transportation on their website actually has traffic volume data for Hungry Harbor Road. As Mr. Benesso indicated previously, Hungry Harbor Road is a collector roadway, which collects traffic from the various residential streets and then disperses it both to the east and the west. Hungry Harbor Road has an average daily traffic volume of 4,800 vehicles per day. So it's similar to other fairly busy roadways within Nassau County, and it's a collector, and it's performing its function. So as it would relate to the increase in traffic on Hungry Harbor Road, assuming that there would be 2 calls per day at the facility, it would translate to roughly a 0.2% increase in traffic on the adjacent roadway. So that's less than 1%, actually less than 0.5% increase in traffic on Hungry Harbor Road, which in my opinion is de minimis. And to put that into perspective, we consulted the Institute of Transportation Engineers trip generation statistics as it would relate to a single-family dwelling. And what we took a look at was how many trips would a standard home generate during a day. I mean, I've never counted how many trips I do in and out of my house, but it's usually 2, right? I leave, I come back, and I pretty much stay in for the night. But a single-family home, in accordance with the industry standard statistics, would generate 9 trips per day. And that would be 5 entering and 4 exiting. So the amount of traffic that's generated by this facility, assuming 2 calls per day, which again, I'm rounding up to the nearest whole number, is right in line with what would occur during a single-family home, for a single-family home. However, the single-family home, the traffic is usually during the peak times of the roadway, and the traffic generated by this facility would be random. I was talking with Mr. Kafka. The calls are not concentrated in any one given time during the day. It's random. It could occur at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, 1 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It's random as to when people require the type of assistance in order to need an ambulance call. Another thing we took a look at Mr. Benesso's request was in advance of the last public hearing, and I believe that was sometime in January, correct, Mr. Benesso, of this year?
Yeah.
The one that
Originally scheduled.
when we originally scheduled, I had one of my staff go out and take a look at the level of pedestrian activity that occurred within the area, just to get a handle as to what's going on. And we chose Friday to look at that because there's a synagogue that's functioning directly adjacent to this facility, and then there's that new one that's currently being constructed down the block. And essentially what we found was that the peak level of pedestrian activity occurred between 5 and 6 o'clock, and there were a total of 23 pedestrians on the north side of Hungry Harbor Road. There were 4 pedestrians going towards the synagogue, and then there were 19 coming out of the synagogue and then dispersing through the neighborhoods. And that translates to roughly 1 pedestrian every 2.6 minutes, which is a pretty minimal it's pretty minimal. So we don't anticipate any significant conflicts with the pedestrian activity within this area. And again, due to the random nature of the calls, there may never be an ambulance call during times when pedestrian activity is at its greatest with people coming to and from the synagogue. So therefore, it is based on the low intensity of this use and all the factors that I just described. It is my professional opinion that by granting the relief required to allow the construction of the proposed ambulance facility, there'll be no significant changes to traffic conditions, and that the 3 parking spaces, primarily the 2 on the easterly side of the site, will be more than adequate to satisfy the demand. However, as Mr. Benesso and Mr. Kafka indicated, If there's a call within this area currently, the ambulance from wherever it comes to the area. So within those 477 calls that occurred within this area, the ambulances are already there, traveling through the various roadways to pick people up who are in distress. And as Mr. Kafka and Mr. Benesso indicated, and I agree, the real purpose of this facility is to reduce response times within this area, within an area that has pretty limited access. There's essentially one road in and one road out, that being Hungry Harbor Road. So from a life-saving and traffic perspective, it would probably be better to have the facility there to reduce the response times. So I guess theoretically, the ambulances wouldn't have to drive as fast to get to the incident. And that's my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller. In terms of the special exception, in terms of the criteria set forth in the zoning ordinance, then is it your expert opinion that this use will not prevent the orderly and reasonable use of adjacent properties or of properties in adjacent use districts?
That's correct.
Will the use prevent the orderly and reasonable use of permitted or legally established uses in the district wherein the proposed use is to be located, or of permitted or legally established uses in adjacent use districts?
It will not.
Will the safety, the health, the welfare, the comfort, the convenience, or the order of the town be adversely affected by the proposed use in its location?
It will not.
And will the use be in harmony with and promote the general purposes and intent of this ordinance?
Yes, it will.
Thank you. I have no further questions for Mr. Mueller. I'm almost finished with our direct presentation, Mr. Chairman, but I do have two other items to address, actually three. When I handed up the letters of support and the petitions, I neglected to provide the board with a copy of the handout that my client prepared when they went out and got signatures. That handout I'm submitting to the board to see. It provides a copy of the floor plans, the first floor, the second floor, a copy of the plot plan, and a rendering of the facility so that people could see exactly what they were being asked to support. So I wanted to provide that to the board. Now,
We'll accept that. Mr. Brown, would you like to take a look at that? I can look at it. Okay. Your turn will come.
Now,
yeah, well, sir, we're not going to have an argument with you. There's not going to be a discussion, right? If we're going to give everybody a chance to voice their opinions, whether or not we have to stay here for an hour or 4 hours. We have to stay here just as long as you do. And we started a lot earlier than you did, okay? So let's not prolong the agony. Let's move on with the presentation.
thank you. And as I said, I have one item to read and one other witness to bring up. We've addressed how this site will be used. We've addressed why this location is needed. Now, what I wanted to address for the board's consideration is what kind of neighbor is Hatzalah. And to that end, what I have first is a letter that I'm going to provide to the board. These are copies of a letter from Rabbi Akiva Willig. Rabbi Willig is the rabbi at Beis Medrash of Woodmere. Beis Medrash of Woodmere is at 200, is right next door to the Hatzalah facility in Woodmere on West Broadway. And in it, and again, I'll just read in pertinent part. The rabbi indicates what kind of neighbor Hatzalah has been. Our congregation occupies the property next door to Hatzalah of the Rockaways and Nassau Counties headquarters at 724 West Broadway, and we have been their immediate neighbors for many years. In that time, our synagogue has been in daily use for prayer, for study, and for communal life, directly alongside their operation. I wish to state plainly, for the board's benefit, that throughout all the years we have been neighbors, Hatzalah of the Rockaways and Nassau County has been a respectful, sensitive, and exemplary neighbor in every respect. They have conducted themselves quietly and considerately. Their presence has never disturbed our prayers, our learning, or the peace of the surrounding community. We have never experienced from them loud noise, disruptive activity, or anything offensive or out of keeping with the character of the neighborhood. On the contrary, they have at all times been courteous, mindful of those around them, and careful to be a good neighbor. They have also taken evident care to maintain their property to a standard fully in keeping with our residential surroundings, keeping the premises and the boundary fence between our properties in good repair, tending to the landscaping, and preserving the look and feel appropriate to the neighborhood. I would add a particular word on the question of safety. In all the years we have been neighbors, I have had no safety concerns whatsoever, and thank God there has not been a single incident or issue of any kind. I have observed their responders many times, both in their approach to the ambulance garage when answering a call and as they pull out with the ambulance. And at every step, they conduct themselves carefully and with due regard for the safety of others. Even amid the urgency of an emergency, they remain attentive to pedestrians, to passing traffic, and to the community around them. In my direct and sustained observation, their operation has been a safe one. And he goes on to give his full support for this project based upon his experience as a neighbor for the 720, 724 West Broadway site. Now, that is a synagogue next door. I'd like to now call on Mr. John Lobianco. He is a residential neighbor who lives right next door to that same Hatzalah facility. Christina? Christina? You got to swear him.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Okay. I think it's very quick. Yeah, it is. Okay.
Yeah.
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Please have a seat, state your name and address for the record.
John Lobianco, 16 Edward Avenue, Woodmere.
Now, Mr. Lobianco, your house is directly next door to the existing Hatzalah facility at 724 West Broadway, where they're also expanding into 720 West Broadway, correct?
Yes.
And you have resided in that house since, I think, early 2000s? And that site, that Hatzalah site, has been in operation for 8.5 years, and you have resided there throughout that period?
Yes.
Can you, in your own words, provide the board with your experience as a residential neighbor of Hatzalah?
They've been a great neighbor. Our bedroom's on the second floor on the southeast side. And my wife's a very slight sleeper. We have never been woken up by a siren, ever. They've been great neighbors. I think it's a great benefit for the community to be there. They even taken me one time to the hospital. I mean, they're great,
Do they keep their premises neat and clean?
always.
And I think you mentioned that your wife, when they were initially building there or starting the addition, she had some concerns about the appearance of the building?
She was concerned about the back wall on our side yard, that they didn't paint it a crazy color. She wanted something neutral color, and they came to us with a chart. She picked the color out, and that's that. I mean, they're that good. Whatever we need or want, they take care of us.
Thank you. That's pretty much it, unless the board has any questions of Mr. LoBianco. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. LoBianco. That completes our direct presentation. Obviously, there's a lot of people who want to be heard. I would just like the opportunity to respond to their comments and then make a closing statement.
Steph, you okay? All right,
Okay, well, you might as well take a bathroom and handbrake too at the same time.
all right. So, Mr. Brown, Stephanie has to change the batteries.
And use the restroom, so
If we could take a 10-minute break?
to let her,
Pardon?
you can, if you need it, take it.
If you need it, take
Because
it.
there's gonna be a lot of testimony.
Yeah, okay. All right, 10-minute break.
Okay.
Hi, how are you? Good, you?
If, if, if nobody signed in, would you please come forward and sign in? See this little girl up front? She'll take your signature.
You want to make this statement? Not right now, but later on. About this. You were sworn, right? You were sworn in?
No.
No.
Were you sworn at?
Not yet. Yes, I do. All right, Christian Brown, 1122 Franklin Avenue, Garden City. I'm appearing on behalf of the neighbors here today, Sharon Davidoff and her family, and other neighbors that are proximate to the location that we've been discussing. I will try to give a brief overview of the crux of the opposition, and then I know there's many people here from the neighborhood who have been waiting a long time to address the board with their concerns, and I don't want to delay things unnecessarily. So this is a bit of it's an unusual application where the applicant here is a good organization that provides a very nice service for the communities in which it operates, and it has elected, for reasons that I don't think were made completely clear, to ask this board for permission to knock down a residential house in a Residence B district in a neighborhood that is entirely residential, a very large subdivision that was developed in the 50s and 60s. And if you look at Mr. Nelson's photos and other photos that'll be handed up, and I'm sure the board will make a site inspection, you will see that this is blocks and blocks of single-family homes. And nonetheless, this organization has chosen this place to propose to build an ambulance garage. That's, to my knowledge, the first time that they've selected, in the town of Hempstead anyway, a site that is in a residential zone and in an area that is fully developed with single-family residential homes. The other sites that were referenced earlier are in business districts, including the most proximate site in Woodmere, and as we heard, it's next to a synagogue and so forth. So this is the first time that I'm aware of that they're looking to go into Residence B district and in an area that is completely characterized by residential homes. Now, it's not clear why exactly that would be permitted. I understand that this is a benevolent organization. That is the reason that the building department looked at this as a special exception. The user of the site or the owner of the site is a philanthropic, but the use itself, while related to their mission, the use itself is not strictly philanthropic. It's an ambulance garage. So if we were talking about this isn't a meeting hall for a benevolent organization. It's not an office of, say, a not-for-profit charity. It's an ambulance garage. And that, of course, is what concerns this board, is not the overall mission of the organization, but the use to which it proposes to put this property. They have said both that it is a limited, would have a limited function, because while their calls have gone up in this area, it would, on average, it would only amount to 2 calls per day. But they've also suggested that it's of vital importance that this facility be developed at this particular location. So it's a bit contradictory. Now, of course, everyone knows that the faster an ambulance gets to a person, the better his or her chances of having a good medical outcome. But we all most of you live here in the town of Hempstead, and residential districts, and some are closer to the local fire department or the local hospital than others. It's not typical that we then say, well, maybe it would be nice if we located an ambulance garage, 2 blocks away or on my neighboring block, because then in theory I could get to the hospital sooner. So it's a little unusual as to why this neighborhood would be subject to having this sort of extra garage built in the residential district under the supposition that will be better because a bunch of volunteers live sort of nearby to this thing and they could get to the garage faster, and then people could, in theory, get to the hospital faster. But you could say that about any area.
Is it the look of the building? Like, so we've had other Hatzalas that look like houses. If it looked more like a house, is it still equally objectionable? I'm just curious. I'm just trying to understand.
I don't want to speak for everybody, but I think the answer to that, from what I've heard from the neighboring residents, is the answer would be yes, because the crux of the problem here is the use itself. It's having an ambulance garage, which maybe you could make look a little bit nicer, but it's having an ambulance garage on your corner in an area, again, even Hungry Harbor Road, which is a relatively busy road, it's not a business corridor. It's all single-family homes. Plainfield Road, all single-family homes. So now you're going to plop down, sort of randomly, really, you're just going to plop down an ambulance garage right in the middle of that neighborhood.
So your answer, I want to make sure, so your answer is, even if that building looked like one of these houses it still is the function of the building that is objectionable.
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct. And to the point I'm making, and again, understanding that the mission of this organization is a good mission, of course, and it does good work. But from a use perspective, if this were a 2-bay garage for delivery vans, we wouldn't be here. You could come in and say, well, it's nice, it's hard to get in and out of this area, and if we had these delivery vans here, people could get packages faster, and it only goes out once a day, and it doesn't make any noise, but it would not be permitted. I think we could all agree on that. This is, from a use perspective, is a similar use. You're selecting, again, for reasons that really aren't clear, other than maybe, with all due respect, some convenience of some of the volunteers, or, there's something of a constituency in this area that uses hot solar. You're just selecting a random site that happened to be for sale in the middle of somebody's neighborhood and saying, well, we'd like to put an ambulance garage there. There's been no evidence that the local fire district can't service it properly, or that there have been multiple medical emergencies that haven't received the proper attention. This organization is not part of the 911 system. This is something that people elect to call instead of calling 911. It's like a supplement to it.
But the local ambulance, if I understand what Hatzala is, couldn't serve the need Hatzala serves because it happens to be integrally related with the religious beliefs and maybe cultural beliefs. Okay, you guys don't have to yell at me. I'm asking that because we've had other Hatzalas, and that was my understanding from testimony we've had in other Hatzalas. If I'm incorrect, please.
I am not an expert in that, or totally conversant in it, and I'll let the neighbors who I think are speak to it. My understanding is that is not the case. It is a good service, but people choose to call it. If someone is having a medical emergency, they could just as well call 911 and receive the service from the local fire department. This is not a municipal service. Nobody's coming in from the fire district to say, we have a problem reaching this part of North Woodmere because it's one way in, one way out, and we need a municipal facility here. This is a volunteer organization, well-intentioned as it is, that has just chosen to locate here, or to ask to locate here. Mr. Plummer,
Yeah, Mr. Brown, it's actually an option. People would call Hezbollah, and they'd also call 911 or the fire department, and if somebody's having a heart attack, whoever gets there first to help them, they're not going to, for religious reasons, not take the fire department to help them.
That's my understanding. That's what I'm saying.
But it's both. In other words, and I live in the community, and it's something good. I'm not making any statements as to where it should be, but it's a good thing. It's a good thing.
Nor am I saying that it is not a good thing. It is a good thing, and it's a nice option for people to have. Correct. That's what I'm saying, is that this is an additional service that people can choose to call, and that's fine that they have volunteers that happen to live around this particular site, but I'm asking you, is that alone a justification for saying, well, how about we put an ambulance garage here? I'm suggesting no. I mean, we know what the benefit, there is a benefit to the applicant, you might say, or to the community, yes. And that would be true wherever you located an ambulance garage, because having more medical services around is generally a good thing. But does that outweigh in the classic test? Does that outweigh the detriment to the area? And is this the sort of precedent that the board wants to set by having well-intentioned services like this just pick an area that they think is conducive to their needs and the convenience of their members, and where they have a constituency, and say, well, we're going to kind of go through this loophole in the code, sort of, and you have to let us be here because we're good and we're well-intentioned. And, you know, if it looks like you got a garage where there used to be a house, and you have ambulances coming and going, which we all know could be at any time, and sometimes they always turn on their lights, and sometimes they turn on their sirens, and all that comes with sort of living next to a firehouse or a small version of a firehouse. You're going to get those, the neighborhood will, of course, bear those effects. So who bears the burden of these facilities? And I submit to you that this application hasn't really shown why should this neighborhood bear that burden? What really is the justification? Can they not find a site in a business or industrial district that's somewhat proximate here to house 2 ambulances? I don't think that's a very heavy burden to ask of the applicant, whereas I think they are putting a heavy burden on the neighbors, and making, again, based on the supposition that they're good and they do good and they can help people, but in so doing, they're sort of evading the basic, safeguards of the zoning ordinance, which generally would keep these sorts of uses out of the residential zone. As I said, if this was 2 vans or 2 trucks that might, deliver food to hungry people in the neighborhood, I don't think this board would allow it. You would consider that an improper use. So it's not anything to do with Hatzola, its mission, or all the wonderful things that have been said. It is the selection of this particular site in this particular neighborhood. It's just an inappropriate site. And the neighbors would ask, as they have in the past, that Hatzola look for another place, and would implore the board to deny the application with the hope that they would do so. So, just very briefly on I've rarely in my time here cited these factors in the code, because I don't always find them to be particularly applicable to special exceptions, but I think they definitely are applicable in this instance. And Mr. Benesso made reference to some of them. And again, under 272A, I believe it is, the use will be in harmony with and promote the general purposes and intent of this ordinance. Well, it's not. I mean, this is a use that is in zero harmony with the character of this area, and it doesn't promote the general purpose of the ordinance, which is to delineate between residential and business or other types of commercial uses. Under B, 272B1, the character of the existing and probable development of the uses in this district and the peculiar suitability of such district for the location of any such permissive uses is a criterion that this board is supposed to weigh. The character of the existing and probable development. We know what the character is. It's an overwhelmingly single-family residential district. The particular suitability of such district, again, it's not suitable for this type of a use. The conservation of property values and the encouragement of the most appropriate use of land. I understand Mr. Nelson's testimony about, they're able to find in the whole town, I guess, 2 other, volunteer ambulance corps. It's very unusual. And, I think it's self-evident that putting a garage there is not going to be conducive to the property values, at least of the, immediately proximate neighbors. There's another factor that talks about, the effects of the thing from the standpoint of physical effects. Well, again, you're going to get lights, you're going to get sirens. It will happen that you're going to get lights and sirens at 2 o'clock in the morning. Of course, that's part of driving an ambulance. You're going to get lights when they go out. You will have sirens. Again, this is a well-developed community. These homes were built in the 50s and 60s. These people moved there with a justifiable reliance on that mature character that's protected by the ordinance. They did not move in knowing that there would be a version of a firehouse next to their homes. And so I really think that if you apply the relevant factors of 272, you'll find this is not appropriate for this neighborhood. There is really not a so-called need. This isn't a municipal facility. This is an extra facility that would basically be a convenience for the members of the organization. Yes, it does do some good, but again, that has to be weighed against, from a zoning perspective, from a land use perspective, it has to be weighed against the detriments that it would bring upon the neighborhood. So I don't want to repeat myself anymore. You have some binders of exhibits, it's photographs and maps, and there's an appraisal report in here. I'll give a copy to Mr. Benesso, and the board, of course, can take under consideration whatever it finds probative. And again, I would urge you, before you make a decision, to come out, look at the neighborhood, look at the synagogue under construction, look at the winding residential streets, and use your own observations as part of part of the evidence upon which you deliberate.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Benesso, when you finish looking through it, let us know whether you have any objection, and if so, otherwise we'll accept it in evidence. That's Broadway. Check that out. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Question the value to be given to this appraisal report. It's issued by an Anytown Properties, Inc., a Dennis T. McEntee, page, well, they're not numbered, so it's Exhibit 6. And he's a certified residential real estate appraiser. He's, as far as I know, and as far as Mr. Nelson knows, he's never appeared before this board and been qualified as an expert. So I would ask the board to take that under consideration and give it the appropriate weight for that. But beyond that, I will not object to the submission.
With that reservation, Um, Who do we have at the podium, sir? You're here in favor or you're opposed?
I'm opposing.
Okay, so what we're going, we have quite a few people who have signed in opposition, and with all due respect, we're going to try to take everybody in order in which they signed in. Okay? I'm going to say that notwithstanding the
I just
fact.
need to leave to pick up my granddaughter.
No, I'm not, I can't do that. All right. I'm going to preface my remarks by saying that if you're going to state what the prior speaker stated, you're free to do so. That's quite all right. But everyone who is in attendance will be given the opportunity to be heard. All right? If everybody has an excuse to leave,
Piano, if I may.
you may.
Mr. Benesso?
Yes, sir.
I noticed that there's no notation about Nassau County Planning Commission. Do you have that report from them?
I do not. I know this went to them a very long time ago when it was first filed, and I believe they issued a local determination, but I can't confirm that. I never saw a recommendation.
Will you be able to get that?
Sure, I can
I
inquire.
think it's critical to the
Yeah.
case.
Critical? I don't know about critical, but certainly I can get it.
Use it as a tool.
Yes.
It's another set of eyes and ears that go.
Certainly, certainly.
Thank you. What?
David Simon, do you wish to speak? Still here? No. Edward Silvestri? Are you? Okay. Suzette Foote? She here? All right. Ronald Verrier? No, let's go this way. All right. Okay, so we got Renee Sethi. Okay.
No, Renee,
Ma'am. Okay, we're going to yield. Your name, sir?
Thank you, Renee.
Has he been sworn? All right. Why don't we swear everyone in? And anyone who wants to speak. Yeah, I know.
Yes.
Okay.
My name is Alex. Sheikh Mohammed at 605 Hungry Harbor Road, Valley Stream. So right in the same block where this Hatzler site is going to be. So members of a respected panel, my esteemed fellow residents, good afternoon. Let me begin by stating Hatzler does good work. No one is contending that in our group. So whatever you hear, there's nothing bad we have to say about Hatzler. They do good work, right? But they also have an obligation to serve the community at large. And building this garage in a residential neighborhood conflicts with that. The attestation by the rabbi and the neighbor here today is not stating what we are not already saying. Hatzler does good work. But the issue is not about their work, but about the location that is not feasible for their operations. I would like to mention a few things directly related to this day. A lot of people who are opposed are not here. This is the week people are sending their kids off to camp or traveling, etc. Today we had News 12 come out to meet us at the site, and a pro-Hatzler person who may be acting independently was intimidating us. So we had to call the cops, and it was only then that he left us alone. The girl from the news was even afraid to get out of her car because he was acting so aggressive and violent. He was here today. I saw him, by the way. Yeah, there he is, right there. All right. A black Jeep drove past my home, and he was videotaping me, and he was giving me the middle finger.
Sir, do you want to keep your comments restricted to the matter at
Okay,
hand?
thank you.
All right?
Hatzler has asked us to find, well, first of all, let me address, Hatzler took so much time today, let me address I have some footnotes from their testimony today. Clearly, by Hatzler's own admission, they do not respond via ambulance from the start, but by individuals in the neighborhood with their own cars. Ambulances are 6 to 8 minutes away from West Broadway. So you have people, volunteers in the neighborhood with stock cars who responds first to an emergency that can stabilize a patient. Then the ambulance comes after. Storage and restocking can be done at West Broadway. Hatzler attested to that today. It's non-emergency. You don't need that in North Woodmere. Hatzler did not mention that volunteers' cars are always stocked as well. So that's part of their stocking process. Will they actually use their discretion to maintain silence and less lights? That's very far-fetched, and only to appease this panel, I think that was mentioned. How does an emergency vehicle get priority pathway without sirens and flashing lights? It is key to an emergency response vehicle, traveling at great speeds, not to mention. Will they respond at 5 miles per hour too? No lights, no sirens, and will they respond at 5 miles per hour? No, they're speeding down the road. 6 to 7 response time from West Broadway. Volunteers are already on emergency sites anyway. It's hard to believe that volunteers are not close to West Broadway. Why do people have to drive from far away to pick up an ambulance? That does not make sense for an emergency services business. If you check the sign-in sheet, you will see a lot of Hatzler supporters who are far removed from the proposed site and do not live in the neighborhood. I just had to mention that. They have never consulted us for our opinion. Expert real estate testimony. No community is built the same. We are all unique in our own way. He failed to mention a lot of things with regard to family and young kids traversing that area every day. He did not even mention the school bus pickup on that corner. In his personal opinion, property values will appreciate. Location, location, location. Young folks always look for family-friendly neighborhoods. It's interesting he is here on behalf of more than one applicant, all with favorable expert opinion, obviously. Traffic engineer, he's not there every day to see what happens at the blind spot every single day on each way. Now, this site is on the corner of Plainfield and Hungry Harbor. Coming from that way, it's a blind spot. You are literally like 4 cars away before you actually see the Hatzler site. Same thing coming the other way. It's coming around the turn, okay? How does 1.3 calls per day round off to 2? That is on the lower side of 2. In my experience, that rounds off to 1 call per day. So everybody seems to be mentioning 2 calls per day. It's closer to 1 call per day, right? Hatzler asked us to find them an alternative site. How is that fair? How is that even fair to ask us to find them an alternative site? We are the residents in that neighborhood. We're not going to kick it down the block. We want to protect our entire neighborhood, and it's the neighborhood at large, the community at large. We're not going to find them a site down the block just to get them out of our faces, right? I think the onus to find a reasonable site should be on Hatzler, the applicant. We feel that they're set their sites in the corner of Plainfield and no one will be able to stop them. From a moral point of view, Hatzler should have polled the community before investing in property. That shows how indifferent they are. We are not the only community fighting to preserve our way of life. There is also a bitter Hatzler battle happening right now with the residents of Kew Garden Hills, and that has been very contentious. Actions contradict their words and promises. So we have no reason to believe any restriction you place on them in considering approval would be adhered to. So if you agree to approve this site, Hartsville is not going to adhere to anything, low lights, no sirens, things like that. Clearly, this will be a traffic hazard and will bring down the quality of life, property value, and net higher taxes for residents in the neighborhood. This will also set precedent for other ambitious business undertaken in the neighborhood. What will stop Hartsville from expanding to the house next door? Nobody would be able to. Once this is approved, they have carte blanche to go bigger, right? There might be arguments that we have various synagogues in the neighborhood, but they operate on Fridays and Saturdays mainly. The argument would actually be for protecting the hundreds of people attending services, including many, many children. Hartsville will be operating 24/7, sirens blaring, lights flashing on people's houses all times, and will be very disruptive to a quiet neighborhood. There is a site on West Broadway. The response time to Norwood is 6 to 8 minutes, which is Nassau County standard response time. The standard response time in Nassau County is 6 to 8 minutes. So, just saying. An ambulance from West Broadway will suffice, I think, because they have their people, like I said, in their own cars with their emergency kits. Not to bemoan this point, they are not underserved in the North Woodmere area. They have about 5 volunteers who live in the neighborhood and are first responders with cars and emergency kits, and an ambulance is 5 to 6 minutes away. Hartsville is not on the 911 system. How do they pick and choose emergency to respond to? That is what I would like to know as a member of my community, and I'm not Jewish, right? How do Hartsville pick and choose who to respond to, right? Alternative sites. Okay. So we have the alternative sites. Okay, I'll give somebody else a chance. Okay.
A particularly offensive question. They do not pick and choose who they service. They get called, and if they are called by a Jew or a Gentile or a Muslim or anyone, they respond.
So,
Next.
anyway, I'll leave it at that. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Rebecca Misher, is she here? Okay, she's here. Okay. Oh. Rosalind Niger?
Hi, so my name is Rosalind Niger. I live at 801 Bunker Road. I'm diagonally across from the proposed site. I'm a retired New York City teacher. I've always advocated for children, and I'm here to represent children. We have 1,200 children in our area under the age of 12. And how do I have this information? In the fall, we had a Jewish holiday called Simchas Torah, and we made candy bags for all those children. So those are 1,200 children under 12. Of course, we have children over that age too. Now, no one really spoke about the blind curves. They are very, very dangerous. The man here who spoke about the parking and, the situation with the cars, and that he didn't handle or talk or address the issues. Now, I have a sprained ankle. I'm in a brace, if you want to see.
That's okay, man.
And that happened because I was crossing Hungry Harbor. It's a wide street, and I walk pretty fast. But you can't see cars coming around, and they can't see you. So by the time the car came around and they speed, I went very quickly, and I twisted my ankle. Today, someone has it on the Ring doorbell. I had to cross the street again, and someone was nice enough coming out of Bunker Road to stop for me. A car comes barreling around this blind curve, because we have 3 of them in every which direction. She stopped. A car comes barreling, blasting the horn. Another car came. There was almost a 3-car accident, and maybe I could have gotten hit again. Now, we have little kids crossing there all the time. We have a school bus. We have somebody here, and we have the videotape of it, waiting for the school bus within 20 seconds, there were 2 near misses. School bus coming, someone coming out of Plainview, someone trying to come on Hungry Harbor. Every day, near misses. Now, also, there's a lot of misinformation. Hatzola said that they have 4 ambulances at the Woodmere garage. We gave you this booklet, Exhibit 3, page 2, clearly shows 5 ambulances. So a lot of misinformation. Also, one of the attorneys was saying there's a nursery school in the Young Israel. Doesn't exist. We do not have that. Somebody said we live in North Valley Stream. This is South Valley Stream. So we're getting testimony with a lot of misinformation. Now, they also said that we're 2 miles away from North Woodmere, and it's pretty close. There are so many areas in the 5 towns that are more than 2 miles away. It would be better served that they put a garage closer to one of those areas. If you go to Woodsboro, if you go to Hewlett Harbor, all those areas are 4, 5, 6 miles from that garage in Woodmere. So it would be better serving the community to put it there. Somebody on the board mentioned that maybe we don't like the looks of the building. Has nothing to do with the looks of the building. We love Hatzola. It's the danger. And if they come in, it's going to be adding another layer of danger. And if you have children, you should understand this. And I hope and pray that there's never an accident there. But if God forbid there is, and this is allowed, I hope people can deal with their conscience, because it is very dangerous. And somebody mentioned you should come see. Come see for yourself. Try to cross the road. See how easy it is. It's not. It's very dangerous. And that's it. Like I say, we have to advocate for the children. They can't advocate for themselves. That's why we have zoning laws. We have to protect the children.
Popularity contest.
I'd like to thank everyone. Thank you.
Esther Arfa, is she here? Okay. Okay, thank you. Esther Arfa. Joseph Freeman? Okay, thank you. Irving Ehrenhaus? He left. Mark Apple? He left. Pardon? Okay. Joel Medetsky? Hello? Left. Thank you. Michael Fragen? All right. Gitla Langer? Left. Okay. Jonathan Newman? Okay. Danielle Vazana? Come up. Hey, we got one. Okay.
Good evening, honorable members of the zoning board. I'm not going to repeat all the other arguments that have already been made today, but I wanted to point out that I did some research.
Ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry, Danielle Vazana, 658 Hungry Harbor Road. I live about 2 blocks down from the proposed site. I have a bird's eye view of Hungry Harbor Road and what goes on with this block every single day. There are multiple mornings that I am leaving my home to go to work, and it is about a 15-minute wait sometimes for me to be able to pull out of my driveway to drive on the road because of all the pedestrians, the joggers, the walkers, the children on their scooters, cars coming and going, school buses, now camp buses are blocking the roadways, and to put an ambulance garage on this block is absolutely preposterous. The fact that anybody would think that this is a good idea is stunning. The children on this block cross without looking. They run across left and right without parents watching. Somebody will get killed because with an ambulance speeding by, racing to an emergency, these without looking, the children are running across the street, somebody's going to get killed. And I don't think anybody's really taking the time and the consideration to think about what would happen in such a case. There was an article published in the Jewish Star from going back to 2013. This similar situation occurred with Hatzalah. They wanted to purchase a property in a residential area, and it was approved by the board. Eventually, they actually voluntarily shut down that location because the community didn't want it and it wasn't the right fit. They actually moved their location to West Broadway, to the commercial location where it is now, where there was a former gas station. And that's where the station has been, and that's what should happen here. There's absolutely no reason why this garage needs to be placed on our block when there are other locations closer to Peninsula Boulevard or on the other side of West Broadway, where there are much more suitable locations for this garage to be situated. Hatzalah knows that this is a problem because it happened in 2013, and for some reason they think that they should try to do it again in our community, on our block, which will only interfere with our rights and the purpose of our purchasing of very expensive homes on the block. We didn't buy a home to live in an urban street. We bought the property to live on a suburban street in a suburban neighborhood. Between all the synagogues that are being built and now this garage, it's going to look like the sixth borough of New York because it's going to be turned into a local street like in Queens, which is only a few blocks away from where this location is. We bought homes to live in a quiet, peaceful residential area and not to be surrounded by constant traffic and ambulances. And while we all agree that Hatzalah performs an amazing service for all of the communities, it's not about the service that they're providing, it's about the location where they want to reside. It's just not the proper place and it's not the proper location. I also have to question, why would they want to be situated on the inner side of a neighborhood and not on the further outskirts of the neighborhood where they have more access to the main streets? And this is very deep within a community where there's one road in and basically one road out. I don't know how it's going to be beneficial for the people that truly need the service, for the ambulance to drive through this residential block with so much traffic that's already present and with children on bicycles and scooters. I just don't see how it's going to be beneficial for anybody. I really do question the reason why this location was purchased and picked, and there's a lot of questions that I think should be answered before the board makes any decision on the matter. Thank you.
All right, folks, no offense intended, but this is not a popularity contest, all right? You can congratulate the speakers after they leave, but please, it's not, stop the clapping, all right? Nissan Shapiro, 765 Plainfield.
Good afternoon. My name is Nissan Shapiro. I live at 765 Plainfield Lane, which is approximately 50 feet across the street from the proposed garage. I'm here on behalf of myself as well as some of my neighbors, many of whom have not been able to be here today due to prior commitments and having to take their families out of town during this break. You've already heard from some of my neighbors about the dangers of this particular intersection. Well, I can speak to those because I've been there since 2020. There's an average of about one accident every 6 months on that particular location. There are near misses on a near daily basis. Pulling out onto Hungry Harbor when you have to make a left turn, as spoke by my neighbor, is a complete blind spot. You basically pray as you pull forward. That's the situation there. When you turn to the right, it's the same thing. That's on top of the fact that you have to dodge the numerous buses that have to go up and down the street in the mornings to pick up the kids and drop off the kids as well. As far as the particular location goes, there's already a large synagogue being built just practically adjacent to it, which on weekends has hundreds of kids running up and down that block over there. That's on top of the fact that there are kids waiting for the school bus on a near daily basis. Those kids are not looking. They're not waiting to see if an ambulance is coming. They're not worried about it. A cell member pulling into that location to get into an ambulance is not looking out for the children. He's looking out to get that ambulance to rescue someone. And in his mind, his most important job at that point in time is to focus on getting to that house on 522 Hungry Harbor Lane, getting into that ambulance and going. He doesn't care about the kid, and the kid's not caring about him. And we all know today, kids are looking at their phones, on their electric scooters, and if a car's coming, they're just hoping that the car does not hit them. As far as the other, some of the other issues raised, first of all, they mentioned that they need the ambulance to be outside because be inside a garage specifically to protect the medications and the equipment. But what they don't explain is that in many areas of New York City, they do park outside all day long, every day. And the way they do that is they hook it up to a auxiliary power electric unit to keep the engine running, to keep all those things safe. Why hadn't they done that in our neighborhood if it was so important to put an ambulance there? They can't answer that question. Schultz have offered that to them, but their response has been, we want a garage, and we want it by 522 Hungry Harbor Lane. I'll also address one other issue over here. The neighborhood is entirely residential. When we moved in there, that's what we looked for. We wanted a very residential neighborhood. We could have moved to Cedarhurst, Woodmere, Lawrence. All those areas have stores, shops, and other things. This is a residential neighborhood. It needs to stay that way. If the board were to approve their particular proposal, what's stopping someone from doing something differently and saying, well, you approved Hatsela, you approved this, and so on and so forth? Pretty soon, it won't be a residential neighborhood anymore, and I hope the board considers that. Thank you very much.
Nicholas, please. Nicholas Josephel, he here? Matthew Goldstein? No? I guess not. All right. Amrita Joseph, she here? Jonathan Tversky? Okay. Alexander Williams? Richard Williams? Guess not. Robert Niger? I think she spoke. That may be his wife. Nicholas Williams. I guess the Williams family left. Okay. Maria Delanis Williams. Rochelle Fisher. Come up. 817 Plainfield.
Hi, how are you? My name is Rochelle Fisher. I live at 817 Plainfield Lane, which is right down the block from the proposed site. First, I want to say there's nothing against Hatsela, the organization. I appreciate everything they've done for me. As a matter of fact, about a year ago, they answered a call to my house, which, by the way, they came in like a second before we were even, off the phone. They came first with a car, and then when it was determined that my father needed to go to the hospital, an ambulance came within very quickly, in 5 minutes or a very short amount of time, and he was taken to the hospital. So I appreciate everything that they do for the community, and this is not against them. This is about the specific location. I live on Plainfield Lane. There is a blind curve, as people have mentioned. In the spot where I live, when I back my car out, I cannot tell you the amount of times that my automatic brakes engage, because I look obviously before, using the backup cameras from my car, and also visually to see if there's anybody coming down the street before backing out of my driveway. When I back out, I can't tell you the amount of times that those automatic brakes engage because of the speed and the amount of times people come around the bend that the car with all its sensors doesn't see it when I back out, but the second I move an inch into the roadway, it stops me to stop me from getting it, from the car from hitting me. So there is definite issue with a blind spot in the location that I live on Plainfield. Up the block where they're talking on the corner of the proposed site, you know, when you make a left coming from Plainfield onto Hungry Harbor to go left, there is a huge blind spot over there as well where you cannot see coming out, especially if there was a car parked in that spot at the corner. If there's a car parked in the spot, you have to jut out even further into the intersection in order to make that left turn. So that's a serious consideration, and I haven't heard anything about blind spots being brought up by the traffic guy or anybody. And they can't deny it because, and they didn't bring it up probably because it's a blind spot, and if they say it, that negates their issue. Another thing that concerned me was there was a lot of mention of the property being vacant most of the time. Now, they might say, okay, it's not going to be used, it's just going to be an empty building. But sometimes, you know, empty buildings in a location sometimes are not that great. It can create issues of squatters and other people coming to a place that is vacant. I don't see it necessarily as a positive. You know, it's something that needs to be considered as well. So that's just, you know, my little take, and I'll leave it at that.
Next, Spartak Ishtakov. Itchikov.
Hello, Spartak Itzchakov, 511 Hungry Harbor Road in Valley Stream, New York. As been told by others, this debate is not about the quality of service of Atsala. I've used them a couple of times as well. The debate is basically the location itself. And all this talk about parking, about traffic, you know, but what the board has to consider is how that's going to affect the day-to-day life of people, especially the neighbors who live in real close proximity. I did see some people here, friends of mine who also came here. They don't live nearby, and they're supporting the Atsala. They're not even in the real proximity of this proposed location. So with all due respect to them, it's a shame that they're conveying themselves in a certain way, and they shouldn't. They should be open about it and point out to where they live and how far they live away from the proposed site. And I'm not taking away from them in the sense that they'll definitely appreciate the service of Atsala and being in the neighborhood. But if you ask them, what if we build the Atsala building right next to your house? Let's see what their response is going to be. So that suddenly the picture changes completely. It also mentioned before, but I'm going to specify bringing examples of my personal experience. I live in the neighborhood in this house for over 20 years. Plainfield Lane is a very, very busy, is already very busy with traffic. Children and school buses that stop right there in the corner, in that proposed location, and as I mentioned before. It is one of the main roads people use to get out of North Woodmere, especially going to Rosedale, to catch the Long Island Railroad, or heading to Queens, to name a few. I use Plainfield Road lane almost every day. I see the traffic, the school buses every single day. This facility is only going to add to the traffic and then the risk to and the safety of the children and passerbys. As mentioned before, I do respectfully invite the board to do come on a school day to see what's going on over there when it's busy with children and witness with your own eyes. Recently, a variance was granted to build a huge synagogue only 3 houses away from this location. Currently, they're praying in the house adjacent to the property that they're building right now. There's a sea of cars, people who come to pray, to study there throughout the day, stretching a couple of blocks, taking all the parking spaces, sometimes even partially blocking private driveways. Mine, especially because I live across the street from them. Many times when my family and friends come over, they do not have any spots available to park in the vicinity. This new facility will be taking away even more spots, causing a parking havoc. I know they mentioned that it's not going to be used, but in reality, that building is going to be used. They have done a traffic survey, it was mentioned before, which should have shown this. If the survey did not show it, this accurately, then the survey was conducted in a narrow time window where congregants have already dispersed and went home. Was mentioned on a Saturday. One of the 2 days that they did the survey was a Saturday. This neighborhood is a predominantly Jewish neighborhood. Orthodox Jews do not drive on Saturday. So if they're saying there's no traffic on Saturday, that's very, very obvious. Why would they even bring that as a proof that there's no traffic on that day? And the other one was a Thursday. I'm not sure what the date was, October something, and I'm sure it was one of those days. And again, this is also, the next thing I'm going to say is also an experience that I've experienced. The corner of Hungry Harbor and Plainfield Lane, where the proposed building is supposed to be, is prone to car accidents. This can be verified with the county police records, and the board, I welcome the board to do that. There were a few specific accidents that I personally witnessed. My own son's car was hit and run while the car was parked on the street right outside the house. It's a very, very busy street. So my main concerns, again, to summarize, is safety, parking, traffic are the main concerns. I strongly reject the idea of this facility opening in this specific corner, and I respectfully ask the board to reject this request. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Simka Solomon? She here? Okay. Rivka Lubin? She here? Isaac Lubin? I guess he's not here. Isaac Zawarov? Pardon? Okay. Stanislav? Okay, thank you. Mindy Bach? She here? Okay. Roshi Jean Jacques? She's 540 Hungry Harbor.
Hi, good evening. So my name is Rashid Jean-Jacques. I've been at 540 Hungry Harbor Road since 540 Hungry Harbor Road.
She's saying it. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Ben.
I've lived there since 2011. And since 2011, I've actually seen a lot of changes, you know. When we first moved there, we moved specifically for the quiet, the peace, the residential neighborhood. I moved from Queens. I didn't want to be looking for parking. I didn't like the noises, so we specifically moved for that reason. While living there, I have 2 children now. My kids' bus stop are exactly in front of 522 Hungry Harbor Road, which is very dangerous. My child bus picks her up and drop her right at that corner, which is very dangerous where Plainfield is. There is that blind curve. So the reason why I am opposing is the safety of children getting on and off the buses. And not only that, during summer times or even during wintertime, kids are on their scooter going up and down, riding their bike. But summertime, most of them are out. My kids go out on his scooter. He does his bike rides. Cars are going up and down the block. There's been time where I'm waiting there. I even have a video where there's close proximity of accidents almost occurring because there's car parked along the way and you have to actually inch out to make sure it's actually clear and the car is coming. So having an ambulance there actually is not the right place to have at that corner facility. So I definitely oppose due to the safety of kids. Thank you.
There's someone else living at the same address. I'm sorry. Fratine Jean Jacques? She here? Oh, okay. He left? Does he want to speak? No, he does.
Let me just say this. I don't know what are you guys doing,
none of you guys. If one of my child get killed, I swear to myself.
Okay,
I'm telling you, I don't care what happened. I'm just telling you guys.
Mr. Jean-Jacques,
Make sure, because my son and my daughter stop right there for the school bus. That's what I'm saying.
okay.
All that y'all doing, make sure none of my kids get hit by whatever. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you. Yeah, veiled. Mr. or Mrs. Green? Here? No, no one. Okay, Israel Aminov? Pardon? Okay, fine. Did she sign in? Did you sign in, ma'am? Okay.
Stella Amanoff, I'm signed in there. I'm not going to add any, well, first of all, hello. I've listened. I'm not prepared for the speech to give you. I do oppose. I live on 506 Hungry Harbor Road, which is less than 50 feet away from the proposed site. And I'm against it because of safety. I'm not going to repeat all the safety things that were said before. I agree 100%. I don't think it's a good site because of the blind spots, 100%. And the numbers that I've heard on the other side based on Hatzala, I don't think it's true. I live there. My windows are there. The pedestrians, 2.5 pedestrians, that is not true. There's over 50 people. And then there's a witness on the other side who said that his wife is a light sleeper and does not hear the siren. That is not true. I see ambulance to the Bristol, which is about 300 feet on my left, that on the average 2 to 3 times a day. Sirens, 100%. They're very loud. 2 o'clock in the morning, yes, they're there. They pass by because we are the main street. It's a big wide street. So it's a risk. I don't want. I moved here 4 years ago. If I would have known that this would have been the plan, I would have never purchased the house. But now I can't sell the house because my friend who's trying to sell her house cannot. The prices went down and she's been trying to sell the house for a year. She couldn't do it. She couldn't do it. She had to do it by the owner and it's still. So I oppose. There's a lot of things that I could go on and say, but I don't want to take your time. Please consider it carefully. I don't think it's the right location. I really support. By background, I'm a critical care nurse. I work at NYU Langone and I support the organization. I will always support. They're doing an amazing job. But this is not the site for it. This is not a parking site. And who knows if they're gonna increase in their number of calls, they're gonna expand to the house behind them. And I see that happening because the shul, the synagogue that is being built right now, is next door on my left. And I signed for it, supporting it, but I regret it now because it's a 3-floor, huge building, completely blocked my solar system, and they are even extended to the street. So I'm like, okay, I told my husband, we have to leave because this is not a good area. Now, the kids that are over there, like a lot of kids, on the average, I would say 20 to 30 kids. They have events every Saturday. And a whole bunch of kids and babies, strollers, they park on my yard. They park the strollers on my yard because there's no place to put them. How is it valid to put something that is in a very urgent need, in that location? So please consider it. Please, think about it. I'm begging you because if I have to move, I will move. I don't recommend this site at all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. He's the guy. Right. Sharon Davidov?
Sure. Hi, my name is Sharon Davidov, and my address is 765 Plainfield Lane. I live within 50 feet of the proposed site. I'm only going to focus on 2 things that I hadn't heard mentioned before. One is that there were a lot of people that are opposed, and there are a lot of angry constituents. They couldn't even make it all out here today. I'm sure you got hundreds of opposing comments because they're really upset about this. And when you look into your sign-in chart, I ask that you look and see who has come here in support of the Yatzala efforts. It is not anyone that is directly adjacent to the property. Most of the people whose opinions matter, who are most affected, are directly and vehemently opposed to this, and they're angry and seething that this was even considered in the first place. The other comment I wanted to focus on was alternative locations. As you can see in the exhibits, I believe it's Exhibit 5, but I'm not quite sure. Exhibit 4, I apologize. We had tried to work with Atala, and we could not really negotiate with them because they have their eyes set on this property. We have told them that they can park by 2 synagogues that are 2 blocks away. So if it was so important for them to be in the area, we found them spots. We asked them to consider the North Woodmere Park. We asked them to consider looking into the commercial areas in Rosedale Road where Chase Bank just became empty, or in Pickwick, which is also much closer and a commercial area. Their answer is simply no, and they don't really have a reason why. And they want to say, well, it's because our ambulances must be inside, when I have shown you in another exhibit at least 9 other locations, including West Hempstead, where their ambulances have been parked outside for years. So I don't understand how that is okay for them there, but in my property and my values, and my children have to be unsafe because they need to have an indoor spot, and it has to be on this property and not a single other place. Thank you.
Thank you. Dario, I can't make out the last name, 752 something Drive, North Woodmere. Dario here? Guess not. Okay. Okay. Zvi Guman? No. All right, Jack Langer.
Hello, my name is Jack Linger. I live on 811 Plainfield Lane. It's about 10 to 12 houses off from the proposed site. I want to give a little background as to who I am. I am someone who loves Hatzalah. My father was in Hatzalah for over 20 years in Brooklyn. I have a brother in Hatzalah, I have a brother-in-law in Hatzalah, and I have a father-in-law who has given hundreds of thousands of dollars towards Hatzalah. I will continue to love Hatzalah, and I know so many people in this room maybe are angry at the situation, but I know in their hearts they really do love Hatzalah because the work that they do for our neighborhood and just neighborhoods around the world is truly incredible. Whether they're servicing Jews or non-Jews, it is really incredible. On November 24th, 2025, my wife had our son, Abi, in our home. It was a little hectic. He was actually here before, but he was making a little too much noise, so my wife took him home. Hatzalah was there, and literally I'm seeing a lot of good friends literally in this room who were there. My son was not breathing. My wife was not herself. We were obviously rushed to the hospital, and they were great, and I literally feel indebted to Hatzalah for helping save my son and help my wife, and that's just one instance. I'm sure we all have so many instances. So I do want to make it very clear because I think sometimes when there's an opposition over here, it could get lost in terms of like what we think about the organization. I will continue to support them, whether they get this and go on the proposed site or not. I will always love Hatzalah. Now, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not an engineer. I am someone who lives on Plainfield. And 2 years ago, I called a account executive, I'm not exactly sure, but Bruce Blakeman. But this is before Hatzalah even wanted to come in, and I raised this idea that on Plainfield itself, the block that I live on, which I would consider myself an expert, a neighbor of Plainfield, like people mentioned before, it does have a windy curve. And I did notice that there are many children on the block. We are a very young community, and children are children, and they sometimes run in the street. Of course, they are reprimanded the way they should be, but it is very dangerous. And I even asked him at the time if we could get speed bumps, and it's something that unfortunately didn't happen, but that was before concern of having a life-saving organization at the hub of the spot of where we all live. And I'm just coming as, I know there's other ideas of why people are opposed to it. Personally, I'm just, as a parent, I am petrified to have in the hub of our community, a very busy place where we are a very young community of a solo garage there. Now, I'm honestly very sad by what's going on, because what's happening is there's a lot of people with opinions, and rightfully so. I understand either side of it, but it is what's happening now. It is tearing down like a very unified community over something that I do think is important. And I want to propose, again, I don't know if this is something that I'm allowed to do, but I want to work with Hatzalah, and I think everyone in this room wants to as well. And I really think that this spot is very dangerous, and I think I trust them. They're saying there's a need for it. There are so many places that are in a commercial spot near us, and I want to help them raise the money or raise the funds or get the unification of the community that they do deserve. And, if any of you are parents, again, I'm coming as just a parent who's very scared for the safety of our kids. And these Hatzalah members, they're the best, and we love them, but they're also going to be rushing to calls, and we want them rushing specifically in areas where it's close by, but not in the heart of our community. Thank you very much.
Someone living at 752 Kenny Drive, North Woodmere. I'm sorry, I can't make out your name. Can you make out this name? I can't.
Lee Sten? Lee Stu?
Lee Stu? No good. Okay.
Let me get to you.
She's the one who waved. Couple of lines. That's only because you were gracious enough to give him your spot.
Well, thank you for that. My name is Renu Sethi, and I live on 593 Hungry Harbor Road, and I have lived there for 42 years, and I have seen Hungry Harbor Road change. With every new shul that opens up, there comes more traffic, there comes more unsafe environment, there are kids everywhere. I'm not going to belabor that point, but I do want you to know that Hungry Harbor Road has reached a tipping point. And this tipping point is with traffic, the speed, the number of people, and safety. Any more addition of a commercial structure there that has a commercial function is only going to hurt the community more. There's no more suburban feel that we used to have. It is gone at this point. You can't even park in front of your own home. Our driveways get blocked every so often. All okay. It's workable, it's manageable, but adding more noise level and more high-speed traffic isn't going to help us. So please, I want to live there for another 20. I hope I can, but with Hatzalah coming there, I know I won't be able to sleep at night. I understand they do great work, but I do want my sleep. And I really like the character, the visual character of North Woodmere. I don't want that to change either. Another eyesore at the corner won't help it. That's it. Brief enough, sir?
Thank you. Brief enough.
Okay.
Kevin Skolnick? Diana Hershkovich. Would you like to speak? Come up.
74 Street, Sherwood Street.
And I apologize if I mispronounced your last name.
No worries. Diana Hershkovich, 784 Sherwood Street. I'm pretty much around the corner from this property. Everyone mentioned a lot of points, and I agree with all of them. I'm a big supporter of Hatzalah and a big donor, and I would like to continue supporting and everything. It's just not around the corner, not in that specific corner. Is a lot of kids. It's very dangerous. Whatever study was done on a Saturday or on a typical Thursday that there's no pedestrians and 2 pedestrians an hour, whatever. I walk every morning from between 7 and 8. It's a lot of pedestrians. There's about 60 kids getting on buses in that area. And it's just not the right spot. And going by the statistics which they were provided, we need to have a Tala in each one of our towns. Wow. Then there needs to be one in Lawrence because there is a cola day in Lawrence or two, and there is one needs to be in Cedarhurst, and every single town then should have a Hatala building. And based on the proof that others brought, there are Hatalas that are parked on the street. They don't have to have building. We proposed a solution and we were shut down. We're willing to work with Hatala. We are big supporters, and they just need to understand that we have kids. I have a special needs kid who is biking around, doesn't pay attention, and God forbid something happens to any one of our kids. How would that feel? Because then Hatala, it doesn't matter, they're gonna be right there. That's not gonna help. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Martha Lebovich. Pardon? Oh. Miriam Spredier, 752 Sherwood Court. Not here. Okay. David Lasky. Oh, no, I'm sorry. David Roche, R-O-C-H, 624 June Place in Valley Stream. He's gone. All right. Aaron Hertz. Gone. Tammy Newman. Tammy Newman is 770 Plainfield. Okay.
Hi, my name is Tammy Newman. I live at 770 Plainfield Lane, which is just 2 houses away from the proposed garage. I'm going to try to keep this very brief. As previously stated, Hatala does great work, and all of the volunteers are so appreciated, so I want to publicly thank them all. My issue with this proposal is with this particular location. Building this garage in a fully residential neighborhood is unprecedented and not where it belongs. I've spoken to the heads of Hatala. I've tried working with them many times, and I suggested to them other locations. There are commercial locations literally in under 2 minutes, multiple. And that they said, no, they will only accept the space that is in the middle and the heart of North Woodmere residential neighborhood. That simply is not fair or reasonable. And finally, as a mother, the most important thing to me is safety. And they literally chose the most dangerous corner in North Woodmere. Both Hungry Harbor and Plainfield, which is where this is proposed, are completely windy streets and they're blind spots, and they are extremely dangerous. We can't even put a stop sign at the corner because people would not see it in time to stop. So it would pose even more of a safety issue because it would people wouldn't see it, and then anyone crossing, God forbid, could get hit. So to the same tune, it is the most dangerous spot. I know when I'm driving, I literally cannot see. I have a daughter who just started driving. I am terrified for her. I literally don't let her go there without me in the car because it is terrifying. When I back out of my driveway, if I do back out, I try to do it the opposite way whenever I can, but I literally have to look back and forth 15 times, and I still don't know if I'm going to get out safely. It is terrifying between the kids and the cars with the curve. It is literally terrifying. It's just not the spot for it. Hatala is here to protect, but this would not accomplish that. This would literally just make it more dangerous than safe. And by the way, for this reason, I would hope that Hatala would put on sirens each and every time that they would leave. It's necessary. The safety risk to all the people, and most importantly, the children, it would be way too high for them to try to do without it. I implore the board to please take the safety of our children into account and reject this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Bathsheba Ruzahorsky. Did I really screw that one up? Okay. Stella Aminov. Okay, thank you. Shante Silvestri. Itlande Maloris, 569 Hungry Harbor Road. Menachem Cohen? Not here. A lot of people left. David Simon? Edward Silvestri, I believe he signed in twice. Suzette Foote, same thing. Ronald Verrier? If she can make this one out. Binyam Sword, 812 Plainfield Lane. Shira
Sword.
Same last name. Yeah, then she left with him, I guess. B. Locke, 699 Sherwood
Street.
Okay, got one. Okay.
Hi, my name's Alexandra Locke. I live at 699 Sherwood Street. My parents have lived there since for over 30 years. And I just wanted to give a little testament about from a child's perspective. And I've loved growing up there and riding my bike every day to the park and everything. It's very serene and very quiet, especially living in New York and Long Island with millions of people every day. It's a nice place that you can get away, especially because it's a little hamlet off of the actual island itself, which is also why I found it quite illogical when I heard about it, because it's not even a main location to get anywhere else. It's one lane in and out. So I don't understand how that would be helpful. And I just wanted to give my perspective on that I think it's a great way that there's constantly kids running when I drive. I purposely drive slow every day. I live on Sherwood Street, which is the T Street for Plainfield. So we go out that way every day. And that's how I get to Hungry Harbor. And it's a beautiful neighborhood, and I'd like to keep it that way. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we have heard from all of the people in opposition. No? Pardon? Oh. Okay. Come up. Come up.
I'll be quick. Good evening. Thank you for listening. It has been a very long time, very long night. We've all been here a long time. It's my understanding.
No, ma'am. Your name and address?
I'm sorry. Gina Locke, 699 Sherwood Street, North Woodmere.
Okay.
Sherwood.
Locke,
Literally up the
LOCH.
block from the proposed location. I use that corner multiple times every single day. So while the engineer is a legal expert, I consider myself a residential expert because I have been living there for 29 years, coming up and down and in and out of those streets repeatedly. I would like to echo the sentiments of everyone here that we absolutely thank their organization. You provide a wonderful service to the community, and I thank you, and we thank you. The location is inappropriate. It's my understanding from sitting here listening today, and I obviously am not prepared to speak, but it was my understanding from hearing everything that the Zoning Commission, you're here to approve this based on an exception. Is that correct?
Special exception.
Okay, so based on a special exception, as a businesswoman who's recently retired, I understand that that needs to be proven to be a need, a necessity, or good for the community and serve a necessary objective. They have not proven that. Regardless, forget beyond any doubt, they have not proven that. They're saying that their response time is 6 to 9 minutes when that's the average response time for an ambulance to come to the community. So we're not going to be gaining anything. The downside is everything you've heard from the community. It is an extremely dangerous corner. I welcome any of you to come by. I'll give you a cup of tea or coffee and you can walk around yourself. There are people walking their dogs. There are children on their scooters and bikes. It is a dangerous curve, but I'm here to say, I don't want you to say, okay, well then that's such a dangerous curve. Let's move it 2 blocks up, because that would also be bad. You want a solution? Sharon gave 2 good solutions. There is a solution. Chase did close. That's up the block. Save the same time. There are 3 empty buildings on Peninsula Boulevard and Branch, including an animal hospital, which would serve as an excellent location. So there are alternatives. This is an inappropriate location. It is highly residential. Living there 29 years, I can tell you that I moved there for the residential feel and the quietness. There's no way they're going to keep the sirens quiet or the lights or the traffic, and an ambulance's guise is to get to their location as quick as possible. Now you have children that are this tall. Forget the fact that that's not their objective, is to look out for their children. They're not going to see them in an ambulance. And that is a danger. So how does their need, which is really a want, outweigh the negatives that they bring to the community. There are too many negatives for this to be approved. Their engineer used days that were not relevant because they were low traffic days. Their real estate person did not show any reality of the fact that it would affect our homes, because no one's going to want to buy a home next to a blank brick concrete building. And you said we're going to change the facade. That would be a plus if it happens, but it shouldn't happen. And you should not allow it to happen. It is a danger to the community, it's a danger to the society, and they are serving their purpose, and they're doing an excellent job, but they can do it from Woodmere, and they do not need to do it in North Woodmere. If they do need to do it closer to the outskirts, then they should be more in Hewlett. They should be more in Cedarhurst or Lawrence. They should not be in North Woodmere. It does not serve the purpose. They have not met their objective of proving the need and the necessity. And I thank you for your time.
Right. I believe that concludes the list of object. Well, did she not speak?
Didn't you already speak?
Did you speak? No. Mr. Bonasso, you have quite a few people here who are in favor of the application. Would you like to give them the opportunity to speak before you respond to the objectors?
I would remind everyone that if you want to speak in favor, you have the right to do so, but the hour is getting late, and please keep it brief.
Okay. Aaron Gutman. Okay. Alex Heilbrunn. Well, Mr. Bonasso, you're next, but you've already had your turn. Ari Lehman. I don't know. Someone living at 582 Hundrey Harbor Road?
Hoffman.
Pardon? Oh. Whose turn? Okay. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rachela Trita. I'm a long-time...
Hold on.
Sorry.
Address.
I live at 19 Valley Lane North in North Woodmere.
19 what?
Valley Lane North.
Hold on, let us find you, please.
I can't make out her name.
Did you sign in?
Yeah, Chaya Rachela Trita.
No, I don't either. 817, 790, 818. She's 19 something.
Did you say 19 or 819?
19 Valley Lane North.
Got it.
Got it.
Okay.
I'm a proud longtime member of North Woodmere and the greater Five Towns community. But more than that, Hatzalah has been a vital part of my life for over 30 years. My brother Uri of blessed memory suffered from a devastating form of Duchenne's muscular dystrophy and passed away at 17 years old. If there wouldn't have been a Hatzalah garage in the residential neighborhood I grew up, he would have died many years earlier. Throughout his illness, Hatzalah responded to countless emergencies in my parents' home. Many of the volunteers sitting here today can attest to that. Time and time again, they gave our family precious moments on borrowed time, precious days, and precious hope. Today, I am a licensed critical care nurse. Although I don't have the liberty to practice, I am the primary caregiver for my sick father who suffers from multiple system atrophy and rapidly progressive Parkinson's disease. To the same tune, many of the Hatzalah members who are sitting here today have been to my house, have seen me at the worst of times, have seen me when we were in between life and death. Medical emergencies happen in an instant, and when they do, I call Hatzalah. And that 1 minute stuck in traffic at the West Broadway light is gonna make the difference. Every single time they are there before I can even process what is happening. They arrive with skill, compassion, medication, equipment, and the ability to stabilize a crisis when no one else can. This is why it is so difficult for me to see my fellow neighbors, the fellow people I pray with, to understand how you are opposing a project whose sole purpose is to save lives. This garage is not about convenience. It's not about real estate. It's about giving Hatzalah volunteers faster access to ambulances, critical equipment, and the life-saving resources that cannot fit into personal vehicles. It's about helping them help us. Help them do what they already do so remarkably well. Save our neighbors, save our parents, our spouses, and our children. None of us knows when we may need Hatzalah. We only know that when that moment comes, we will pray that they get there as quickly as possible. Tonight, I ask our community to stand with the volunteers who have stood with us for decades. Support this garage. Support the people who answer the call at all hours of the day and night. And support a project that will help save lives for generations to come.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm not.
All right. Ma'am, this is not a debate. If you want to debate, you can do so outside. John LoBianco.
He already testified. He was the neighbor who lives next door to the West Broadway facility.
Yeah. Esther Shalibli, 156 Beach 9th Street in Far Rockaway. Shesky, someone living at 1662 Seagirt Boulevard in Far Rockaway. Anybody here? No. Okay. Alan Hammer, 704 Carlisle Street in Woodmere. Martin, you are? Oh, step up, please. He's back here.
I've been a member of Hatzalah for about 36 years, a very proud member of Hatzalah for 36 years. And
Your address, sir?
704 Carlisle Street, Woodmere, New York, which is a block away from the Woodmere garage. Okay, so when it comes to having an ambulance come by and your house and you feel a danger, every time the ambulance goes into North Woodmere, it passes my house. Every 60% of the calls pass my intersection. And the care and the safety that the ambulance drivers have to go through, or else they would not be a driver for Hatzalah and they get monitored. For the time, I understand if the people have some apprehension about an ambulance being in their corner, in their intersection, but every time it comes into North Woodmere, it is going to be coming down with lights on, which is a New York State rule. As far as the sirens go, depending on the urgency of the call, that's how the sirens work. And when it comes into the private block, the sirens get shut off. I can't say anymore, but I've lived with the ambulance before it was in the Woodmere garage, a block down from my house when they had 2 ambulances, and it was in my garage for 5 years in my driveway. As far as the safety goes and the driving goes, I don't think we've had any incidences of ambulance drivers striking kids, and I think they have a knowledge of safety when they drive. I can't say any more. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Michael Fragen, 41 Stevens Place. Julius Fragen. Guess they're gone. Okay. This is.
No, he's taking.
He's taking somebody's spot.
Ari Lehman, 814 Oliver Avenue. Good afternoon, well, evening by now. My name is Ari Lehman, and I am a North Woodmere resident who lives in close proximity to the proposed Hatzalah garage. I'm here today in support of the application. Like many residents, I chose to live in this neighborhood because it's a wonderful place to raise a family. Part of what makes a community strong is knowing that when an emergency happens, help can arrive as quickly as possible. One of the things that stands out to me is that the closest Hatzalah garage currently serving the area is approximately 8 to 10 minutes away. And in everyday life, 8 to 10 minutes may not sound like much, but a cardiac arrest, stroke, choking, drowning, severe injury, or other life-threatening situations, those minutes can make an enormous difference. This isn't just a theoretical issue for me. Just a few months ago, a family member of mine was staying at our home for the weekend when she unexpectedly went into labor and needed emergency transportation to the hospital. Thankfully, everything ultimately worked out and both mother and baby were fine. But that doesn't change the fact that the wait added unnecessary stress and anxiety during what was already a medical emergency. What I remember most was the anxiety she experienced while waiting for the ambulance to arrive. Anyone who has been around an expectant mother in labor knows that this is already an incredibly stressful and emotional situation. Having to wait for an emergency transportation only added to that stress and uncertainty. That experience reinforced to me how important rapid emergency response is and how valuable it would be to have an emergency resource location closer to our neighborhood. Hatzalah has become an important part of the emergency response network in our area. They provide tremendous service to the residents throughout North Woodmere Valley Stream and the surrounding communities. This proposed garage would allow service to be delivered more quickly when every minute counts. And I believe that is a meaningful benefit for everyone who lives here. As somebody who lives nearby, I've listened to the concerns that have been raised, and I understand and respect that residents want to preserve the character of the neighborhood. However, when I look at the location itself, I believe this use is appropriate. The property is already surrounded by important community institutions, including several synagogues, one of which is located just 2 properties away, as well as the Bristol Assisted Living Facility, which is quite a large facility. It is also located on a heavily traveled 4-lane roadway. Given the character of the immediate area, I believe this is an appropriate location for a community emergency medical resource. In addition, I believe that the project may actually improve safety in the immediate area. Anyone familiar with that intersection knows that parking activity in the area can sometimes create visibility concerns for drivers, like you've heard from everyone. The proposed garage and its driveway access may help alleviate some of those issues and improve sightlines at that corner. Most importantly, the public benefit is overwhelming. This is not a commercial enterprise seeking to generate traffic to attract customers. It's an emergency medical resource whose sole purpose is to respond when people need help most. For me, the question is simple. If this garage can help in emergency medical care to residents more quickly when every minute matters, then I believe it is a benefit to our neighborhood and a benefit to our community. As a nearby resident, I am comfortable having this facility in my neighborhood because I know that it represents faster emergency response, increased public safety, and potentially lives saved. At the end of the day, every resident hopes that they never need an ambulance. But if that day ever comes for a member of my family, a neighbor, or anyone in this community, I would want that help as close as possible. For those reasons, I respectfully urge the board to approve this application. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Is there Mr. Frajan? Is he here? How about Yisrael Chaffetz? Steve? Can't make out the last name. 312. Someone from West Hempstead? Find that interesting. Mark Krengle, 389 Summit Avenue in Cedarhurst? Not here. Aryeh Greenwald? No. Okay. Rochelle Teichman? Well, they've fallen by the wayside. Kasriel Zakutny? Come on up. 619. Michelle Place, Valley Stream. Even on the map.
Kasriel Zakutinsky, 619 Michelle Place. Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am a resident living in North Woodmere for a few years now. We chose to live here because it's a warm and caring community where neighbors look out for one another. That became especially meaningful when our then 2-year-old son suffered a severe anaphylactic allergic reaction. His airway was beginning to close, and in a true allergic reaction emergency, every second counts. While epinephrine can provide temporary relief, it is not the solution. The critical need is for trained responders and, even more importantly, rapid transport to the hospital. We called Hatzalah, and within moments their volunteers arrived, recognized the severity of the situation, treated our son, and most importantly, got him the care he needed. As a parent, there is nothing more frightening than watching your child struggle to breathe. Hatzalah's quick response made all the difference that day. Knowing that an ambulance can reach residents within minutes provides peace of mind to families throughout our community. I am incredibly grateful for what Hatzalah did for my son, and I strongly support their efforts to continue serving our area. My wife and children are at home waiting for me tonight, but I felt it was important to be here because I know firsthand that what is being discussed affects real families and can truly save lives. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Yep. Evan Weinstein. No? Oh, okay. Come on up, Evan.
Evan Weinstein, 706 University Street.
Go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you for spending your time on this. I live about a quarter of a mile from this proposed site, and I moved into North Woodmere about 8 years ago, and about 2 months ago there was a fatal accident on my corner. Branch Boulevard and University Street is a death trap, and there was a fatal accident. I was the first on scene. I pulled an 11-year-old kid out of the car, and his father was dead. And it took 18 minutes for the Woodmere Fire Department, well, it was ULIT because they weren't sure which way to go, but it took 18 minutes for the fire department to show up to try to extract this person. Hatzalah was there within 30 seconds. These guys are selfless. They dedicate their life to saving lives and preserving lives. It is not their fault that the town, the curves, and it's not their fault. Kids are going to run around. No one wants kids hurt. I have 6 kids. I don't want my kids going near speeding cars. But these people don't speed. These people are not reckless. They save lives and do nothing. They have one unified goal in life, and that's to save lives. They don't get paid. In the middle of the day, 2 o'clock p.m., they've taken meat. They stop what they're doing. They're not rich people who are wealthy. They work. They stop what they're doing to save someone's life. Instant. There's no questions asked. White, black, brown. They don't discriminate against anyone. They don't discriminate for money. They don't discriminate about anything. In fact, these guys are so selfless that the people that are here tonight that oppose it, if they needed them, they would come there instantly. And I really would like to thank you again for taking your time, and if you can approve this, it would be not a dark spot in the community, but a light spot. You know, we have so many young kids running around. If anything, we need them at a moment's notice, just in case something happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Howard Casca?
Oh, that's Howard.
Oh, you spoke already. Okay. Let's see. Abraham Davies? Here? Not here. David Rubenstein? 175 Lefferts? Not here. Okay. Whittling down. Yakov? Good. I'm glad you didn't put me through that.
My wife's last name was Alter.
Much easier. You should think about changing it. What is your name? I'm sorry.
Yakov Shereshevsky. I live at 730 Hungry Harbor Road. Thank you for taking the time again. So my name is Yakov. I live in close proximity to the proposed ambulance garage location. I am also a critical care nurse with more than 10 years of experience with both adult and pediatric patients. Through my professional experience, I have seen firsthand how critical every minute, sometimes every moment can be during a true healthcare crisis. This issue happens to be personal to me. A short while ago, my daughter, who at the time was 11 years old, suffered a severe airway emergency. She, actually similar to what Casriel said, she had a severe allergic reaction. At the time, we did not even know that she had allergies, and her first reaction was so severe that it required basic life support, and as Howie had explained before, advanced life support. They were actually considering intubating her, which means putting in a breathing tube on somebody's front lawn. And the response time was extremely quick. They were caring, they were professional, they gave us exactly the attention that was required. And the only fear that I had at the time was, while all this emergency things were happening, there was a significant delay actually in just getting the ambulance there. And what I had found out afterwards was that Peninsula Boulevard, which is the route that the Woodmere garage has to take in order to get to us, was severely impacted by some other form of traffic. And they were not able to really get up Woodmere Peninsula Boulevard to make the turn onto Branch Boulevard. And we waited what felt like an eternity at the time, but the reality was it was probably about 10 to 12 minutes. 10 to 12 minutes watching your 11-year-old girl barely be able to take a breath is a lifetime. And if we can alleviate that by having a garage, to save those additional minutes, I can't even tell you how priceless that would be for any parent. That experience really changed how I thought about emergencies like this. It really was not something that I had to consider before, thankfully. But it changed how I thought about emergency preparedness in our community. And I am very strongly in agreement with this ambulance, not only for my family's peace of mind, but for the added safety and protection of everyone who lives within the community. The variance is not just about a garage. It's not about only a location, only a building. It's about improving an emergency response and protecting the lives of those people who live within the community. I do understand that any neighbor might not want it directly next door. I really do understand that, but most of the traffic issues we've talked about, that's a Hungry Harbor Road issue. That's not specific to the garage. It is a very tough road. And maybe at some point there should be some sort of discussion about lights there, but that really has been an issue since well before this garage proposal. It really has nothing to do with it. And therefore I am very much pro for this. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Daniel Wolfson. Left. Moshe Kreskel. 389 Summit Avenue in Cedarhurst. I guess he left too. David Lasky. Mr. Brown, he already spoke. Those are all the people here in favor who have signed in, so
we're done with public comment.
I believe so.
Okay. Then
your turn.
I will try to keep it brief. I do want to respond to a couple of things and then I'll close. Regarding Mr. Brown's testimony, or presentation, I should say, he called this area an entirely residential area. As was noted before, both by Mr. Muller and by Mr. Nelson, this area, while predominantly residential, is a area that has an assisted living facility just outside the radius map, a school to the west of the property, and a number of synagogues and shuls in the area, which are not residential uses or not purely residential uses in the form of an assisted living facility. But yet they work in the area and they do not create a problem. This site being described as a convenience to the providers, the healthcare providers, is baffling. The assertion that this is not a philanthropic use, I look up the definition of philanthropic. It says the active effort to promote the welfare of humanity, typically through the generous donation of money, time, expertise, or resources. I think that pretty much sums up what Hatzalah brings to the community. These are professionals trained to perform life-saving measures to the benefit of the community using their expertise and resources. And whether I think it's a philanthropic use, the building department thinks it's a philanthropic use. That's why they said we needed a special exception as a philanthropic use. So to assert that this is more of a convenience or even comparing it to a commercial use isn't permitted in a residential district. That would require a variance. That would require a use variance. This is not a prohibited use in any residential neighborhood. It is specifically made a special exception, which, again, as indicated right at the beginning of this hearing, is considered to be a permitted use in the area if criteria are met. So what did we do? We went to great efforts using Mr. Kafka, our real estate expert, our traffic expert, to establish those criteria. So the assertion that we have not met our burden is just absurd. We have had not one but 3 communications to the board from emergency physicians who have all indicated the vital difference that minutes and even seconds make in terms of response times. And we have had Mr. Kafka describe how having a facility on Hungry Harbor Road in this area, as opposed to having an ambulance come from West Broadway, will save minutes and seconds. Maybe it's 5 minutes, maybe it's 3 minutes, but you've heard that the difference is vital. And the assertion that there are other alternatives, the alternatives raised, and by the way, when it comes to alternatives, they said, why are they having to find alternative locations? It was their idea to look for alternative locations. We had this case on the calendar. They adjourned it to have a meeting. We had a meeting with them. They adjourned it again because they wanted to find alternative sites. Then, and my client cooperated. My client said, okay, we'll give you our criteria because we know what we need. And they gave them their criteria. These alternatives that they've provided do not meet their criteria.
Ma'am, he's summing up, all right? This is a summation. It's not a dialogue. Go on, Mr.
If the board wants, I can have Mr. Kafka address specifically why these don't meet their criteria, but the fact of the matter is they don't. And that is why they are still focused on this site. Now, the assertions about blind curves and blind spots and the traffic moving on Hungry Harbor Road, it's a false narrative. And the reason why it's a false narrative is twofold. One, whether this site is there or not, the only way to get from this area in North Woodmere to Mount Sinai, South Nassau is on Hungry Harbor Road. So whether this site is there or not, ambulances, whether from this site or from any other site, are going to be going on Hungry Harbor Road. They will be there no matter what. So that's not a factor. Secondly, whether or not, so that really boils down to, can this site operate safely with an ambulance service on it? But we've indicated what the likely amount of trips will be on this site. It'll generate as little as 2 trips, or rather 2 calls a day, and at double of what it did last year, it would be 4 trips a day.
I believe Mr. Mueller testified the maximum would be 8 trips.
Well, correct. When I say, what I should have said is calls. 4 calls a day would generate 8 trips. Somebody coming in, somebody pulling out with the ambulance, somebody pulling back with the ambulance, and somebody driving away. So that's 4 per call. 4 per call. So
trips.
yeah, that's 2 trips.
2 incidents.
Right. So consequently, and what the numbers showed in terms of the Institute for Transportation Engineering is that a single-family residence operates at about the same rate. Now, people can speculate that, oh, they're going to be rushing and they're going to, they're not going to be driving safely. The fact of the matter is, the Hatzala drivers are specifically trained in the operation and the driving and the safety measures associated with transporting patients in the ambulances. I'll take that over dad backing out of the driveway late for work, or mom rushing to get Janie or Bobby to dance class or football or baseball practice. So, the idea that this is going to generate any more traffic and trips or hazard than what a single family residence would do is really purely speculation, and it's countered by the expert testimony. So beyond that, everything you've heard is speculation and conclusory statements. Oh, of course they're going to have the lights and sirens going. That's what they do. But you heard from not one, but 2 neighbors who live right next door. Anecdotal evidence from firsthand experience that they don't do that. They are good neighbors who don't turn the sirens on at night, who don't disturb their neighbors, who maintain their properties. We've not heard any direct testimony to establish otherwise. All we've heard is speculation. And then the greatest speculation of all, that an ambulance from West Broadway will suffice. Well, that's great, until it's your family that because 3 minutes couldn't have been saved, in those 3 minutes, a child died. And, I take that one a little bit personally, because when I was 23 years old, my father had a heart attack, and it took 10 minutes for the ambulance to arrive and then transport him to a hospital. He didn't make it. And the emergency room physician said if we had only gotten him a few minutes earlier. So with that, I think the case has been fully established. I think the criteria has been met, and I beseech the board to grant this application. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
I would move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Everyone who signed in on the case will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's ready.
Second. All in favor? Any opposed? What? He can't close.
Yeah.
No rebuttal here. Don't take rebuttals.
Half an hour.
Okay. Take a 5-minute break and come back and do decisions.
Go on the record. Thank you. Okay.
People think we're deciding the case tonight. You got it.
Thank you. Case 340 of 2026, Levittown, Carlos Ruiz. That case has been adjourned to August 5th, 2026 at 11 a.m. Cases 341 and 342 in West Hempstead, Verdiland Homes, Inc. I'm going to hold those.
I believe we're going to be waiting for amended plans as well with the driving pad, reducing the porch. Okay, and also to remove the side doors.
Mhm. I want to inspect the neighborhood.
Yeah, I'll check that out. And then
343 and 344 of 2026. I am recused on those cases.
Okay. 343, 344 of 2026, Benedetto Bianco and Matthew Silbersvig, I hope. Zweig. The property is at 18 Beverly Road in West Hempstead. This is a subdivision with other variances, area variances requested. Is there any discussion on these matters? If not, we need a CEQA determination also. Do we have a motion?
I thought it fit in with the community. It was lend itself to a.
This is the one that needs egress windows on both.
We need a CEQA determination.
Okay, so I'll move. I just want to make sure everybody's here. On case 343 of 26 West Hempstead, 344 of 26 West Hempstead, I move that we adopt the negative CEQA determination as to the testimony given, exhibits in the file, and other materials we have reviewed and analyzed.
Second. All in favor?
As to the subdivision, 343 of 26, 344 of 26, I move that we grant it and based on subdivision conditions.
Second. All in favor? Any opposed? Case 345 of 2026, Belmore. JRA Realty LLC, install a one double-face illuminated detached ground sign, 142 square feet per face, overall size 284 square feet, overall height 22 feet, 9.5 inches, and setback 2.45 2 feet, 4.5 inches from Bedford Avenue, and 6 feet, 8 inches from Merrick Road within the clear sight triangle. Any discussion?
I would like to inspect that. I have the paperwork for it.
Okay.
Thank you.
And finally, on case 75 of 2026, 522 Hungry Harbor LLC, I believe that many of us want to go down there and look at that, so we're holding that case.
And Mr. Vanessa was also going to get the Nassau County Planning Commission.
I mentioned that to him after the,
Now, I just, that concludes decisions, and it concludes the meeting, the session for the day. My question is, why is that not a use variance?
so it's a special exception. If you look at
But
272.
specifically under 272.
Specifically under 272, a philanthropic use is permitted as a special exception.
So it's not a use variance?
It's not a
Okay,
use
all right.
variance. And
Specific to that.
They also permit hospitals as a special exception in a Residence B zone.
Got it.
So.
Oh,
But
several of us visited the Baldwin location. Lennis,
any
three of
suggestions?
us.
Okay.
Anybody want to talk about that now, or you want to put that on hold and, pardon? Lennis, there was a Baldwin, it's on reserve. It's a busy, busy place.
287.
Yeah, it's on page 2 of the reserve. Cases 287 through 290, Baldwin, Oscar Lennis.
2 gazebos, a shed.
There's a
And
lot
an
of stuff
addition.
on there.
A lot of stuff on
They went to
I know.
What do you decide? If you were there?
Victoria, Joseph?
We have discussion?
I think I'm probably less opposed than others. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot going on. The very least, you know, you got this overhang on one of the gazebos that I took a photograph, but it's literally, it's hard to tell
There has
if
to be.
if it doesn't even go over the property line.
It has to be runoff.
And it's gotta be running
Maybe
off.
next
It
time
doesn't
we
have
can,
gutters.
we can look at the plot plan.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
gonna
I think we
suggest
need to
that.
do that.
Take a look at the plot
I'll
plan
pull
and
the plot plan for next Wednesday.
I mean, there's.
The whole
and-
file.
and
Yeah.
Parenthetical
I'd like to see
comment
the
is whoever does concrete work should be taken, drawn and quartered, because it's
He
already
probably
crumbling.
owns a concrete place.
Pardon?
He probably owns a concrete.
Well, then his people do crappy work. That's the nicest thing I'm gonna say.
There's a funny.
You're welcome.
Take care. The board has 62 days to render a decision unless consent of the applicant gives us more time. 62 days unless the applicant consents to. That's okay, I gotcha. But if the applicant consents to additional time, they can do that, but if they don't, it's a default denial. So they have an incentive to, but the board's gonna need time.
They have this like drone here made out of something. Yeah. I thought it was like a fun thing where, I thought it was something where you could put tags or something.
I move that we adjourn the hearing for today and reconvene July 1st.
Second.
Aye.